My name is Lovette Imo, and I'll be your host for today. So I welcome us all to the Commission on the Status of Women 70, that's the CSW70 Nigeria Intergenerational Dialogue on Access to Justice for Women and Girls. So I welcome everyone here, ladies and gentlemen, our partners, the representatives of all civil society here present. So we're going to kick off immediately. And to kick off this event will be the welcome address by the country representative for NALFM Nigeria and the Executive Director of NAF Foundation for Young Women, Nafisa, in the person of Nafisa Atiku Adeju. And please a round of applause as she steps to the podium. Welcome, Nafisa.
All right, thank you. Sorry. That didn't happen when I stepped on the stage early on this morning. So I'm just going to assume that those were my shoes, my very high shoes that I had to wear because of this amazingly long podium. Sorry, do I need this? I definitely do need this. Great. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are we doing today? I'm sorry the energy is a bit low. Is it because it's December, it's almost Christmas, and we all want to go home? Okay, we're going to do something because I cannot abide the low energy in the room, given the fact that, well, Christmas is around the corner and we all should be jolly, 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 and we are here for a great event. So I'm going to do something that I heard at the radio station quite a while ago. I'm going to say, hello, Abuja, and I want you guys to reply me. Are you sure we can do it? So when I say hello, Abuja, you say hello, NALFM. Can we do that? As loud as we can. Hello, Abuja. It's not. Do we need Coke? Should I give you guys a drink? Don't worry, our caterer is here, so we're going to have tea break very soon. Please, hello, Abuja. Okay, one more time. Hello, Abuja. Thank you so much. Right, all right. Now I can finally get down to my opening remarks. Thank you to each and every one of us for being here. I know it's a sacrifice on a Monday morning when we should be doing, our consultative meetings and our wrap-up meetings and defining what the week should be and what the year should look like. But thank you so much for taking the time out to be here, and we have more participants coming into the room. Right, let me get down to it. So this is the country consultative meeting on access to justice ahead of the CSW70 meeting that will be holding in New York next year. Distinguished guests, partners, and advocates and sisters in the work of justice. On behalf of the NAF Foundation for Young Women, I warmly welcome you to this country's consultative meeting as we prepare for CSW70. Together, we gather with a clear purpose to define what access to justice really means for women and girls in Nigeria. Emphasis on access to justice. So if there's anything that you want ringing through your mind as we think through the keynote sessions, the panel sessions, the spoken word presentations, the breakout sessions in which we are going to be creating a list of demands and a list of priorities to be forwarded to the CSW team in New York, please put at the center of your thinking access to justice. What does justice really mean? And we are going to use this consultative agenda to shape our collective voice as we take that message to the global stage. First, we extend our profound gratitude to our funders, NALFM Feminist Collective, and the difference she makes. I'm sure if you look on your tables, you'll see some flyers and some stickers. Please take a copy, read about them, Google about them. They are the ones who have made sure that we'll be able to gather in this room and present our demands on the global stage. Your belief in young Nigerian women and your investment in feminist leadership have made this convening possible. We are deeply grateful for the collaboration of our partners, and I can see some of them in the room. Some of them are unfortunately in Lagos, but they are with us here in spirit. We have Women in Leadership Advancement Network, WILAN, We have Hope Behind Bars Africa, please a round of applause, and Public and Private Development Center, PPDC. Please a round of applause for our funders and our partners, please, please, please. Together, we show that when women lead, and it's a very pivotal thing because, for each of these organizations, they are led by women. WILAN is led by women. Hope Behind Bars is led by the ED, Funke Adio, who is in the room. Please, a round of applause for her. And then the Public and Private Development Center is led by their CEO, Lucy Abaji. Together, really, we show that when women lead across sectors and generations, the justice system becomes more equitable, responsive, and humane. Why are we here? Which is a good question. Why indeed are we here? As we look ahead to CSW70 and its global conversations, we must ask ourselves, what does justice mean for Nigerian women and girls today? How does justice feel when a woman enters the police station, the courtroom, a correctional facility, or even her own home? Because politics is personal and the personal is political. Whose stories are heard and whose are dismissed? Who gets to make the decisions and who is left standing outside the room? The questions themselves are not theoretical. They are practical and they are lived realities. They speak to lived realities from sexual and gender-based violence to discriminatory laws to unequal representation in the justice sector itself. Justice cannot be called justice if it does not see women. What do we say? Justice cannot be called justice if it does not see women. It cannot be said to be accessible if it remains distant, complex, unsafe, or deeply unaffordable. And I'm sure that's something we can all relate to in this country. So our task here today, we are here to shape Nigeria's feminist position ahead of CSW70. An incredibly enormous task, but I believe that we are up to the challenge. We must define our demands as Nigerian women in the justice system, the barriers that keep women and girls from accessing timely and fair justice, the pathways to increase women's representation in law, policing, judiciary, corrections, and policy, and crucially, how we build intergenerational bonds of leadership so that the future of justice is not just reactive, not just punitive. It doesn't come after the fact, but it is transformational in the sense that it transforms society. Because a justice system that reflects women's realities is not only fair, but it is smarter, it is more sustainable, and more representative of the Nigeria that we want to build, live, and see. So what's the vision forward? What do we bear in our minds today as we have these discussions? Justice should not be seen as a privilege. As long as you're a citizen of this country, justice is your right. The same way we had the Beijing Conference in 1993 and we say women's rights and human rights, justice is our right. It must become a right that can be felt, a right that can be accessed. A woman should not need connections to be heard in any situation, in political justice, in economic justice, in environmental justice. A girl does not need courage to be protected. She should be protected simply because she is human. And young women across this country should be prepared, equipped, and supported to lead inside the justice sector and far beyond it. As we deliberate today, as we brainstorm today, as we share our lived realities and curate our demands, let us think boldly, not conservatively. Let us speak honestly and not be covering our thoughts with murmurs. Let us center those whose voices are often unheard. And let us leave this room with clarity, strategy, and unity of purpose. Together, we are not only shaping a submission for CSW70, we are shaping the future of justice in Nigeria. Thank you so much and welcome to this consultative session. Wow, thank you so much. So I'm going to say this again. Hello, Abuja. Hello, Abuja. All right, thank you so much. I have the esteemed honor to introduce to the podium. So we have two key partners that are present in the room who are supporting our work. Do we have a representative from PPDC in the room? You're slated to give a goodwill remark. PPDC. I did see someone here. Okay, please come onto the stage. Hello? Hello? Great, thank you. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ifoma, and I'm representing PPDC. On behalf of the Public and Private Development Center, we are glad to be here and be a part of this event. Thank you all for coming.
All right, thank you so much, PPDC. Is the representative from Hope Behind Bars ready, or should we move on and then we'll receive the gold? Okay, thank you. All right, great. Do we have Peace Haruna in the room? Peace Haruna in the room. Peace Haruna, do we have you in the room? All right, thank you so much. If you don't mind, we would like to read your bio before you step on the stage. Thank you so much.
Okay, so Peace Haruna, she's a poet. We have her right here. Her full name is Peace Ufedojo Haruna. I hope I got that correctly. Ufedogojo, all right. She is a creative writer residing in Abuja, Nigeria, a storyteller for human rights. Her works have been published in Brittle Paper, Kalari Review, The Shallow Tales Review, and North Dakota Quarterly, amongst others. She was a finalist in the ninth Korea Nigeria Poetry Feast, Wakaso Poetry Prize in July 2021, and the Parousia. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, so, and the Parousia Christmas Short Story Prize. She also made the long list for the Savage K&L Prize for Fiction at the Ama Ato Aido Award for Literature in 2025. She believes in the power of words to shape narratives and drive change. Ladies and gentlemen, Peace Ufedojo Haruna. Please clap for her.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to stand before you at this focal point in history to read you my poem titled, Your Mother's Wore It Too. My mother washed her face in the same bowl as her mother's mother. Now I wash mine too. She opens a book with scars etched on every page, reads me every guideline, and I fear that one day I'll read it to my daughter too. I hold a basket of uneaten grapes as fire rains on the back of this black child who walks on the edge of her father's cutlass. You see, I've always been asked what lies in the valley of my breasts. I tell them the memory of the day I looked beyond this wall of tongues, because these chains of prejudice are fastened to the ground, burning my skin. And justice, where do I even start from? It is a man's word clad in a flamboyant agbada of righteousness. In this reality, I do not belong to myself. I am an exalted China, fragile, breakable, too weak to even hold my own dreams. A wise man once said, a pen is powerful. A little scribble and you'll have a letter. More and you'll have a book. Some more and you'll have a library. But how powerful is a pen without ink? I liken ink to the night. She walks behind the scenes while the day takes all the glory. Today, I stand before a maturing cliff. As a voice from the trees echoes from the As a voice from the trees echoes like a siren, it says, your mothers wore it too. But I stare at the wind and burst into a spring, where daughters of this earth morph into women of valor, to be more than China, to become mountains and fortresses, and to never again hear the words, your mothers wore it too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peace Haruna, for that wonderful rendition. So moving on, we're going to invite the members of the first panel, which is on reimagining justice, justice systems that work for women and girls, reimagining justice systems that work for women and girls. So the host for that panel is Wisdom Omata from Plan Nigeria. Please a round of applause for her. CDO is Lucy Abaji, Executive Director of Public and Private Development Center. I think she's represented by someone. So, and then the young, Funke Adeoye, the founder and Executive Director for Hope Behind Bars Africa. Please a round of applause for them.
morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, the energy is coming up. Good morning, everyone. Good. My name is Wisdom Omata, and I'll be moderating this panel today. I was hoping for a generational lineup, but we'll work with this. Today, we'll be talking about reimagining real access to justice for women and girls. And I'll be introducing the panelists. So I'll be starting with Lucy Abaji. She's represented here. Lucy James Abaji is the Chief Executive Officer of the Public and Private Development Center, where she provides visionary leadership in advancing governance, transparency, and accountability across Africa. With a strong background in strategic partnerships, innovation, and program development, she drives PPDC's mission to promote impactful, sustainable development through collaboration, technology, and evidence-based advocacy. In addition to her role at PPDC, Lucy provides strategic oversight to its subsidiaries, Devon Technologies Limited, Development Endeavors Limited, Pivotal Development Partners, and Home Vida Media Limited, demonstrating a unique ability to blend social impact with sustainable enterprise growth. Lucy also has co-founded some initiatives with her husband, working side by side to build and enlarge their family enterprises. These include Exhale Avenue Real Estate, Exhale Grand Resources Limited, Jazz Fitness Center, and an NGO, Everyone Matters Foundation. Lucy has extensive experience leading large-scale initiatives, cultivating institutional partnerships, and designing innovative approaches to governance and development challenges. She is deeply passionate about leveraging technology, collaboration, and accountability mechanisms to strengthen governance systems and amplify citizens' voices. A dynamic leader and advocate for social impact, Lucy continues to greater regional and global relevance, building on their shared legacy of openness, inclusion, and sustainable growth. Outside the corporate world, Lucy serves as the car director of the Living Spring Chapel International Yoruba Assembly, married to Mr. James Abaji, and they are both blessed with a beautiful daughter, Jasmine Eliana James. Exactly. Okay, to the next panelist, Funke Adeoye, founder and executive director, Hope Behind Bars Africa. Funke Adeoye is a human rights lawyer, legal tech advocate, and social entrepreneur with over a decade of experience advancing social justice and promoting access to justice for indigent women, children, and other vulnerable groups. She holds a law degree from the University of Benin, Nigeria, and a master's in international human rights law from the University of Oxford, where she studied as a Commonwealth scholar. She's the founder of Hope Behind Bars Africa, an organization whose work has secured the release of several wrongfully incarcerated individuals, including those detained for exercising their fundamental rights under her leadership. The organization is pioneering innovative rehabilitation and reformative programs within Nigeria's correctional system, including the Farming Justice Project. Funke also holds certificates in non-profit leadership and management from the Lagos Business School and in civic engagement from the University of Georgia. She is a Mandela Washington Fellow, Acumen West Africa Fellow, and Ashoka Fellow. In 2020, she was listed by the Attic London among the top 50 lawyers changing the world for the better. In 2023, she received the Westley's Global Citizen Prize, and in 2025, she was honored with the International Bar Association's Outstanding Young Lawyer of the Year Award. So we're going to go right into the panel session. I was hoping I'll see my bio somewhere to read. Wow, I couldn't find mine. Okay, we're going right into the conversation, and I'll be starting with. So I'll be starting with Mariam. She's representing Lucy. So from your experience working closely with institutions How do you think Nigeria's legal system guarantee real access to justice for women and girls? Not just symbolic reforms, like actual access to justice.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Mariam Umeza. I'm the Program Manager Access to Justice at PPDC. So if I get your question correctly, you're asking what is in place currently to ensure access to justice for women and girls.
Yes.
So I mean, there are laws, and it's well known that in Nigeria we have plethora of laws. Unfortunately, implementation is another thing, right? So we've seen cases where, for instance now, you have the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, and I wanted to speak specifically on the protection order. So the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act states that, or allows for when a woman is endangered, she should be able to, she should be removed from the environment that is endangering to her. But now you see that the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act is situated at the High Court. And so the court is a superior court. So that means it's a court of record. And so the delay that comes with that, as opposed to an immediate removal of a person that is endangered. So yes, there are plethora of laws. Implementation is a challenge. So I think access to justice in turn now is also a challenge for women and girls in Nigeria.
I'll be asking you the same question, Funke, but I need you to come from the grassroots community angle. Since your organization does a lot for indigent people, people who can ordinarily not afford legal services.
Okay, the question is how the justice system, right?
How
Can you
it
take the
grants
question again?
real access to justice for women and girls?
Okay,
How
it
the
grants-
existing justice system.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. First of all, I would like to appreciate Nafisa Atiku Foundation and NALAFEM for the opportunity to have this very important conversation this morning. We are currently honoring the 16 days of activism, and I think every other day you find different events that are geared towards addressing gender-based violence. And oftentimes, there are different issues relating to women and gender-based violence, but the issue of access to justice is one issue that I think cuts across anything we can think of when we talk about gender-based violence. Now, when we talk about the issue of access to justice, first of all, we have to look at what access to justice means and who are the actors behind access to justice before even coming to the issue of grassroots organizations. So when you talk about access to justice for women, we look primarily at the criminal justice system. And the criminal justice system comprises of the police, law enforcement agencies, the courts, and the corrections. Added to that, we have executive bodies like the National Human Rights Commission, the Legal Aid Council, and then we can now start talking about grassroots organizations, CSOs, and the likes. Now, to the question, how does the current system support access to justice for women? As she rightly said, we have strong policy frameworks. The Violence Against Persons Act, Prohibition Act, is one act that had come to revolutionize access to justice in Nigeria for women and other persons. But then, as she also rightly said, one thing that we have very challenging is implementation. So for me, I'm looking at your question and looking at the different actors. Police, for instance, yes, we have the VAP Act, but how many police officers or how many law enforcement agencies really understand what is covered in the VAP Act in terms of supporting women, in terms of supporting survivors? There's something I always say, which is the fact that, yes, we have these laws, but do we actually have a gender-responsive policing system? And gender-responsive policing system is not necessarily about having more women in police, even though we actually need more women in the criminal justice system. But that even the women that are there, even the men that are there, how many of them really understand what it takes to provide support to survivors, what it takes to provide support to women? And I don't want us to restrict this to just the issues of gender-based violence alone, because we're talking about access to justice for women. So I'm thinking of things like even inheritance laws, right? What does our inheritance laws say about women? What does the court system, what has the court supported over time? I want us to look at issues like even citizenship. We know currently that it's very easy. It's easier for it under the constitution of the country. It's easier for a man to transfer citizenship to a child than for a woman who is married to a foreigner. So what do the systems that we have, or do the systems that we have actually protect women when push comes to shove? And I think for me, that's like the crux of the conversation. And then to just respond to what you said about grassroots organizations. So we do a lot of work in providing support to women who lack access to justice. And that is because the government, there is a gap in the provision of these services by the government. Ideally, if the government is rightly doing its job, we would not exist. A lot of organizations would not exist. The Legal Aid Council is the body that is giving the constitutional mandate to provide access to justice to indigent persons. But when you engage with them, and they are doing their bit, but when you engage with them, you find that they are highly under-resourced. And so we have to come in to provide support, and a lot of other organizations. But the question is, how much of this support, how long can it, how far can it actually go, for the number of women who needs access to justice system? So that leads me to other measures of access to justice that we should begin to think about beyond the formal system, the systems that existed even before we had, we had a democratic government, even before the colonial masters came into the country, and that's the informal justice system, alternative dispute resolutions, where we get to engage with community leaders, religious leaders, to see how they can, first of all, understand the importance of access to justice for women, understand the fact that women have specific needs in the system, and they are often discriminated against, and then also empower them to also support the women.
Thank you very much. The next question is a really important one. Every time there's like an advocacy going on social media, you can tell that there's a huge disconnect between people in the judiciary and people who are not. I'll give an example. This very recent advocacy for justice for China. You could tell that there is a huge gap between what people outside of the judiciary know and what people in the judiciary know. Now, there are discriminatory policies, there are systems that block access to justice. But people outside of the judiciary, the justice system, do not know them, right? And a lot of times when we do advocacy, sometimes we do it from a point of ignorance as to what we can achieve and what we cannot achieve. So the question now is, please educate us. What discriminatory policies, systems exist currently that blocks justice, and how do you think we can dismantle them? I'll start with you, Funke.
Okay. So your question is how we first of all, the discriminatory policies and how we can dismantle the discriminatory policies. So I mean, there are a lot of them, right? Currently, Nigeria still operates like a dual criminal justice framework. So we have, for the states, for the southern states, we have the criminal code, and for the northern states, we have the penal code. And then in the penal code, I think section 55, sub 1 or thereabouts, there is a provision there that allows a man to beat his wife. In the idea behind beating his wife is he's correcting her, as long as it's not, as long as it's not punitive or something. Now, we know very well that that is clearly discriminatory against women, even though some of the states that, that use the penal code have also domesticated the VAP Act. There's also, yes, like you said, there's also that disconnect between the justice system and the citizens. So when you talk about Ochanya's case, it's an interesting case to make reference to, because everything, I mean, for the lay person out there, or for the ordinary person out there, you're thinking, oh, this young girl deserves justice and she didn't get justice. But then when you look at the procedures of the court, was it followed or not? A case was opened. I think the sister was tried, the auntie was tried, and then for some reason, I don't know what, I mean, I haven't really engaged that case, but the prosecution probably did not do its work very well, and they found no case to answer, and they closed the case. Now, we all are right to be enraged, but I recall telling my colleagues at work when they wanted to put out something, I said, if you're putting out something calling for justice, what exactly does the framework say about this? If we want to reopen the case, does our framework actually permit that? So I think it's really important, yes, like you said, for us to find a way to bridge the gap between the justice system and the everyday person. And oftentimes we talk about awareness creation, we talk about advocacy, but how are we explaining this thing in such a way that the average person out there understands the importance of timely reporting, right? The importance of engaging immediately, because that could actually be the thin line between a woman who has been raped getting justice and not getting justice. Yeah, we are hoping to get to that point where our justice system can be more progressive. In other parts of the world, if you were raped, or you even have a sexual assault case against somebody, you can bring it up many years after. But have we gotten to that point? Are you sure you would not have people in the system that, even though the policies allows you to bring up those issues, who would not want to subjugate that? So to the other part of the question, which is what?
How to dismantle them.
I think, first of all, in terms of dismantling, we first need to know that these laws exist. We first need to know that these policies exist. There are a lot of them. I talked about the one in the penal code. Even our constitution. I handled a case once a couple of years back, and it's still a case that
Called to say, holding the justice system accountable, because it's there are many facets to it, right? So it then goes to the understanding of what the law is, and then putting things in place to ensure that whatever it is that you need to put in place to seek justice, you're doing that. So that's why awareness creation and all that is shifting from just knowing your rights. It's also knowing what to do when your rights have been infringed. So again, going back to what she said, you've been raped. Do you understand what you need to do? Do you understand that you don't take a shower before going to the hospital? Do you understand that, that quick reporting is very important? So again, also for the citizenry, do you understand, for instance, a big thing now that is coming is reintegration, right? So you have a system where someone has been charged for terrorism, he has gone through the trial, and he's been found maybe innocent, and then he's been taken back to the society. But then the community is not willing to accept him because he has entered the justice system. And so you have people too that don't want to come and testify because they are afraid that once they are seen to have gone to the police station or the courts, everybody in the community, as far as they're concerned, he's a criminal. Nobody cares or nobody understands that he was there as a witness. So the difference between who a witness is, for instance, and who a perpetrator is, there's definitely a disconnect in the system in terms of understanding. And so that's why, for instance, like at PPDC, what we do is we're currently digitizing the court system, and we also have virtual hearing. And so what that allows now is for citizens to also key into court proceedings, so they can watch it, they can understand what the arguments are about, so that that yes, maybe the prosecutor is doing his own bit, but unfortunately he doesn't have enough evidence to work with. Then you can also understand that maybe the prosecutor is not doing his own work, and so because of that, the defense has a good day in court, or the court doesn't want to adjourn. But in terms of fair trial, someone has asked for an adjournment, and so because of that, that's why the case is going on and on and on. So that's why it's important, again, just going back to what she said, that for citizens to have an understanding of what the justice system is like. There's so many facets to it. And yes, we can always go to the streets and advocate for justice, but except we start to understand those areas and start to make those changes, then we're always going to go back to square one.
Thank you very much. So the next question, we are going to reimagine. So let's say we live in an ideal world, and these things we're talking about, the problems we're talking about, do not exist. I want you to please just paint a picture of what you think an inclusive, equitable justice system will look like in a conflict situation. Peace. Just paint us an ideal picture, both of you, but let's start with Frankie.
Okay, thank you. The ideal picture of justice. I think the first word that comes to mind is people-centered justice. Because, we can go on and on talking about policies and talking about frameworks. But, oftentimes I ask myself, even for our organizations, when we design solutions, when we design interventions, how many times do we have the people who are affected by the issues in the room? When we draft our bills, when we take our bills before the House, how many times have survivors, have we engaged survivors to ask them what they really, really want? And I think that's something that we should think about. So what would an ideal justice system look like? It has to be people-centered. It has to. So I mean, I've talked about the informal system earlier, and I don't want it to seem like I'm asking that we move away from the formal system because they always have their place. But the truth is, an ideal justice system would not work outside of engagement with the people who have power at the grassroots. Because again, it's easy for us to, be in this very fancy room and have these conversations. But we don't know what really happens to the woman in Zamfara State who is covered from head to toe and cannot leave her house because she's bound by the laws of her religion, which, I mean, everybody has the right to freedom of religion. And that's something I keep thinking about. I was at an event a couple of days ago, and I met someone who was telling me about the situation in Zamfara, about how students are rusticated every other day because they spoke out against something happening in the school. Now, it's very easy for my organization to, wait until we see a story on social media and then we try to amplify. But I think that for us to get the kind of justice that is ideal, we have to engage at the grassroots. And the people, so we can go to the grassroots for one intervention and come back. But the question is, who are the people at the grassroots? Who do the people listen to? Who do the men listen to? And also, who do the women listen to? So we're talking about religious leaders. We're talking about community leaders, right? We can't have a justice system that is inclusive outside of these people. They are the ones who engage, not just with the women, because I think we also look at persons with disability and the likes. They're the ones who actually engage with them. I don't want us to continue living or working in that bubble that everything in Nigeria is just about what is happening in our cities, because we have, we are here, we're talking about. Okay, I'll just continue if you can. Can you hear me? Yeah, so I was talking about, how it's important for us not to live in a bubble or put ourselves in a bubble as though it's just all about what's happening in our cities, that we need to engage on the grassroots. But then, when we're done engaging, and when I say engaging on the grassroots, I'm thinking about the formal system. When we're done engaging, then we have to go back to our formal system and begin to ask ourselves, how do we implement the law? So we said a lot about law enforcement, we said a lot about the police, but I wanted to give your attention to the fact that there are actually women that do the crime and then they serve the time. Are we agreed on that? Yeah, so that it doesn't look as if we're only talking about survival, because it's also important to know that there are women defendants. Like when you mentioned the story about the Indian case, I just recall that Kobe Iman is releasing a report next week, and it's the report of women on death row in Nigeria. We have about just a few number, one of the areas where we have very, very high number of inequality, and I'm waiting for that inequality. There are just 2% of women in prison in Nigeria. And of that 2%, 82 of them, as of July 2025, are on death row. And so we engaged with these women. We carried out the research with 60 of these women across the country to find out, first of all, what led them to prison, why they're on death row. I mean, if you're on death row, it means you're either convicted for homicide, murder, armed robbery. Yes, I think about those crimes. We have kidnapping when killing has occurred and all of that. But a large number of these women are there because of homicide. Now, when you look at their history, a good number of them, I think more than 50% of them, had histories of gender-based violence. There are women who had survived years of spousal abuse, and at that breaking point, they decided to retaliate, and then their husband died. Then there were also one or two of them, interestingly, who suffered postpartum depression. Nothing was done to provide support to them up until when they lost their lives. So just as an example, I'm going back to the point about how do we have inclusive system, is to first of all find out the cause of these issues, the root causes that gets women into the criminal justice system in the first place. And then how do we deal with these root causes, right? how is our correctional system providing support to these women? A very good example would be the Nigerian Correctional Service Act 2019, which actually creates room for custodial and non-custodial measures. And one of the reasons for that is because of women. There are pregnant women, there are women who go into correctional facilities pregnant. There are women who are nursing in correctional facilities. And so the question is, do we want to consider the intersectional issues that relate to these women when they have to raise babies in prison? Oftentimes, they don't have a cell to themselves, so they are staying in a cell with other women who are dealing with whatever issues they are dealing with, and then the child has to carry the trauma of the mother, who is the one that is convicted of the crime. So for me, like, these are the issues, right? Just to summarize my thoughts, first of all, we need to begin to look at strengthening our informal systems of justice, which it can also be strengthening our alternative dispute resolution systems, which, by the way, already exist. If you go to a typical village right now, I don't know, I mean, it's been a long time I've been to my village, but we all do know that, there were instances growing up where something happens and then somebody takes it before the king or the Igwe or something, and then he's able to deal with those issues. So we need to empower those people to get the kind of justice system that we want to see. We need to empower them on these discriminatory laws, and empower them so that they also, the kind of justice that they dish out is justice that is not patriarchal in nature, but is one that serves the community, the one that serves both men and women alike. And then when we're done with the informal system, we need to go to the formal system, look at our laws and how to implement our laws. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, particularly speaking on gender-responsive detention centers. That's very important. But not to repeat, go over what it is that you've said. I also think another ideal system would be confidentiality reporting. So where you will go, you would report. You'll be sure that your information is not just going to be carried out with your name, your face. When the whole system is not even sure how that is going to go through, right? Another bit I have is leveraging technology. An ideal system will have leveraging technology to ensure that, there are timely dispensation of cases. Even if when the correctional service are having challenges with logistics, they can say, we have a computer in the detention facility, and the court can sit where it's going to sit, and the trial can still happen. So leveraging technology for that. And also, I think technology would ensure transparency, right? So if everyone has access to viewing how the court proceedings are going through, I think all parties involved in this justice sector system would have to sit up and do their bit diligently, right? And then so finally, again, just to speak or reiterate on what she said in terms of survivor-centered initiatives, it's very important that we move from the punitive aspect of things. So, we want 10 years for the perpetrator. We want to ensure that the perpetrator is convicted, come rain or come sunshine. However, you have the survivor there who needs compensation right away, who needs, some sort of closure on this whole case. So it has to be survivor-centered. So I feel like our justice system needs to move, towards survivor-centered approach as opposed to being punitive or, what we call man-centric, right? And so also, yes, also in terms of survivor-centered, also moving away from shaming, right? Again, victim shaming. Why were you there? What were you wearing? Secondary trauma. So the police or law enforcement agency need to understand, this aspect of things, which is going back to what she said in terms of sensitization, awareness of the law, and also being gender responsive to the issues that come to your table. So while we're asking, yes, for more women in the police force, just as she said, it's also very important that even the men currently in the police force are, gender responsive to all the issues that we have. That would definitely be an ideal system.
Thank you very much. So we're supposed to wrap up now. However, I think it's important to take questions or contributions from the audience. So we'll be doing 2. If you have questions, contributions, please indicate. 3. Okay, we'll do 3 people. So questions, contributions. So I'll take it that there is no question and no contribution. Thank you so much. This has been such an insightful conversation. And I'm particularly happy that we get to talk about how multifaceted the justice system is. And to an extent, you both were able to unravel some of the mysteries behind them. And then to everyone, the work continues with us, policymakers, civil society organization workers, lawyers. It's our collective duty to create the kind of justice system we want. And I think there is no big thing or no small thing. We all can contribute our quota to ensuring that we create a justice system that that provides real access for women and indigent people. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, great, the mic is working. It is me, I am back here to perform another task. Good morning, everyone. Okay, for those who don't know me, who came after the opening remarks, my name is Nafisa Atiku, and I am the NALAFEM country rep here in Nigeria, and also serve as the executive director for the NL Foundation for Young Women. And, you know, there is something that we did earlier on, and I would say hello Abuja, and you would say hello NALAFEM. So please, can we do that with as much gusto that we can manage? Hello Abuja. We are more in the room, and I can see some people's mouths are not moving. Hello, Abuja. Okay, great. I'll take it. Just because our tea break is in the room. But I'll take it. But I have a very sacred duty to do today because we are welcoming on stage our keynote speaker. I'm going to read her bio. It's long, but please, you will indulge me because she is a titan in the justice sector in Nigeria here. Our keynote speaker is Mr. Datu Hamu Aliyu. Mr. Datu Hamu Aliyu is the managing partner of Hamu Legal, an elite multidisciplinary law firm based in Abuja, Nigeria. She advises clients at the intersection of law, policy, governance, and emerging technology, bringing over a decade of experience in corporate commercial practice, national security law, and regulatory advisory. Where was I over a decade ago? I think I was graduating law school. So she's had definitely a lot of experience. Her practice spans diverse industries, including energy, fintech, real estate, project financing, and asset acquisition, where she has consistently guided both local and multi-jurisdictional clients from idea stage to regulatory compliance, capital raising, and operational execution. With deep insight into the Nigerian legal and regulatory landscape, she's regarded as a trusted advisor for navigating complex compliance and structuring challenges. Beyond Hamu Legal, Saudatu is recognized as a legal voice in Nigeria's technology and governance ecosystem, actively shaping conversations on law, politics, policy, and development. She has been instrumental in advising high-growth companies and contributing to national and regional dialogues on governance and economic transformation. In recognition of her public impact and leadership, she was selected as an Associate Fellow of the Nigerian Leadership Initiative in 2016 and is an alumna of the Nelson Mandela School for Public Governance Emerging African Leaders Program at the University of Cape Town. She also holds an LLM in National Security Law from Georgetown University Law Center, Washington, D.C. Ms. Saudatu is deliberately building Hamu Legal into Africa's leading boutique law firm, impact-driven and defined by a culture of excellence, innovation, and strategic advisory. She combines a cutting-edge understanding of regulatory compliance with a forward-looking vision for Africa's role in global legal policy and technological landscape. Please, with a resounding round of applause, can we welcome Ms. Saudatu as she gives her keynote remarks. Thank you.
You are standing with me because of all these amazing things she has been saying. I had to, is it even me she's talking about? Well done to you too. I think today for me, since I walked into the room, I've been filled with pride, seeing the great work Nafisa is doing, and also seeing Hope Behind Bars and looking at the esteemed panelists. It's a reflection we've traveled far in this journey and looking forward to the future. Well done.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think the good mornings have been said, but I will still say my own again. Good morning. Fantastic. I can tell that you're with me. So I believe the theme of today's event was about the future of justice, considering women's voices in legal reform and institutional accountability. So for me, I like to look at things from where we are now and where we need to be in the future. So the majority of my conversation has been looking at not just in terms of where we are now, but where we need to go. So thank you for the privilege of addressing this gathering at a moment when our world is confronting complex questions about justice, security, accountability, and the future of leadership. This convening is timely, not only because it's at the cusp of CSW70, but I believe even as a country, we are at an inflection point. Nigerian institutions themselves are in need or in dire need of a rapid shift. Time, technology, shifting social realities are shifting how our systems function. And if we are to chart the next era of the country, or even the next era of what justice or the judicial system looks like, then women's voices cannot remain peripheral. And we must be there not as a gesture, but it must be the standard we all live by. So the question I asked myself as I was writing this speech is, what does justice mean? What does justice mean to me? What does justice mean to you sitting over there? And also, what does justice mean to the woman in Kebbi State anxiously wondering about the fate of her missing daughter? So you see, justice looks different depending on where you sit or where you stand. So for many women, justice means safety, dignity, and the freedom to live without fear, in the courtroom, at home, the workplace, and even on the street. It means that knowing when violations occur, the system will respond swiftly, fairly, and without prejudice. Yet, across Africa, and particularly in Nigeria, justice remains uneven, especially for women. This is not coincidental. It's just a reflection of a sustained absence of women in the highest levels of decision making that defines what we see today as our justice system. We must then confront the uncomfortable truth we are very often shy to talk about. From my research, Nigeria has never had a female attorney general, not even once since independence. But yet we celebrate 60 years of independence. We have never elected a female president of the Nigerian Bar Association, the largest community of legal professionals, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. So these are not symbolic omissions. They shape the laws that are prioritized, the reforms that are pursued, the cultures of our institution, and the lived experience of justice. When leadership at the apex remains entirely male, the system normalizes that imbalance. It influences everything from policy to prosecution, even to remedies. I earlier made reference that justice for some and many means safety, and I do believe for a lot of women, justice really means safety wherever you are. No country can speak of justice when its people do not feel secure, and without addressing Nigeria's security realities. Any conversation about justice remains incomplete if we do not address the safety of women and the safety of every person and every life in this country. Yet, women remain largely excluded from our security architecture. No woman has ever served as the National Security Advisor, but yet that's the number one person that advises the president on the safety of the country and our lives. Our defense, police, immigration, yes, they've had a few women here and there, but when it comes to the top command in determining where the troops align, no woman has ever led there. Let's even come down to the security councils that sit and engage on the nuances that sort of manifest themselves in what we call security challenges and prefer solutions before we even get to the battleground. Our security councils, both at the federal and state level, has no woman sitting there, except maybe for a few states who have female deputy governors, but yet the deputy governor doesn't have a seat in the Security Council. So you see, peace process sidelines women. Historic and ongoing roles in mediation and community resilience reflect that in Nigeria, women have been at the forefront of not only shaping societies, but even building empires. I'm sure when I mention the name Queen Amina of Zazzau or the Iyalode of Ibadan, it may ring a bell to a few people. You see, these are women who did not merely fight battles, they built systems and protected communities. They remind us that a nation cannot build a resilient justice system while excluding half of its population from the architecture of its security system because it defines everything. Across Nigeria as well, women continue to navigate the court system that we all agree it is rudimentary, slow, it is traumatizing, whether it is a custody battle, whether it's a marital issue, but the system is immensely slow. But of course, we're not here to discuss what we can do to hasten the justice system. However, there are fundamental issues that are missing in our entire judicial architecture, not just from the bench, but even from the bar. I make reference to you about the case of Okeje and Okeje, who her father died over 33 years ago. And it took over 30 years before she got a judgment from the Supreme Court saying she is his daughter, and any law that says because she's a woman, she's not entitled to inherit him is repugnant to natural justice. But it questions, if it took 30 years to get here, then you wonder, what type of advocates do we have in the country? How are we training the minds of our lawyers in pursuing issues before the courts? Because the courts would only deal with what we bring before them as well. So like I said, we're at an inflection point and we need urgent reforms. And reforms require disruption, and it also requires continuity. And how will this continuity happen? I think that we're at a point where we require intergenerational leadership when it comes to the female legal sector in particular. And we're at a point where we require a renewal. You, the young women, because clearly I'm no longer a young lawyer. So I would say the young lawyers, my colleague, I always say, is laughing at me. Young women will bring digital fluency, innovation, and the courage to challenge outdated systems. We, the senior lawyers, apparently, I am one of them, will bring institutional memory and resilience in navigating structures never designed for them. Because the reality is, there are very few points of reference when you wake up and decide you want to build a law firm. Everybody you see is most probably a guy, some old man with a three-piece suit. So that is usually the point of reference. So our task in this room is to create frameworks where these generations meet, where knowledge is transferred, where collaboration is possible, and where reform is also sustained. Even our court facilities must reflect these realities. Why must a nursing mother with a 1-month-old baby choose between caregiving and appearing before the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court? Accommodation, I am aware, is made very often for the judiciary staff, but almost never for advocates. Signals matter. When our institutions acknowledge women at every stage of life, we affirm that the pursuit of justice belongs to all of us. And this matters deeply when we look at the slow pace of women becoming senior advocates of Nigeria. Women dominate law school classrooms, yet their numbers shrink on the path to SAN. SANs shape the argument that shape jurisprudence, ultimately defining what justice means for society. So if majority of us are not even in the application pool, how do we get there to, in the long term, shape the justice system? So we've looked at the past. Now we need to look at the future. Our responsibility is not only to discuss justice and its challenges, it is to build it. And building requires courage, and I don't mean a performative one where we say, oh, we've added one woman here and there, but institutional courage and leadership willing to shift things radically and how things are done. And today I would give 4 pillars that we can look at as we leave here. Number 1, for the Attorney General and the Ministry of Justice. Courage means transforming the justice system into a system women can trust. Yes, I agree. What does that even mean? I think it's as simply as saying that within the Ministry of Justice system, we have carved or we've created a path where women are soaring within our parastatals, within our promotional cadres, within those who even aspire to the highest ranks, whether within the bench or outside. It takes a deliberate level of action from that point. And for Nigeria's security architecture, courage means acknowledging that national security is incomplete without women. It's just as simple as that. It doesn't require any further explanation. And simply, within the next 12 months, every Security Council, federal and state, must include qualified women as full members. For the judiciary and the court administration, courage means designing a system that reflects women's lived realities, because I do not believe the court infrastructure or facilities are designed to reflect our needs. I think it's simply as adopting a judiciary access charter for advocates within the next 18 months. And this is particularly to advocates. So we're going out of our way within the justice system to say, we are catering for the female advocates because we believe in them to advance the justice system. And for law firms as well, it's reshaping professional culture. right? Like I said, the reference point more often than not is a guy in a three-piece suit. And I'm not against the guys in the three-piece suits. I think they look distinguished. But I think we must be deliberate in placing women to lead practice groups. We should implement a clear and fair promotion systems. And we should have meaningful mentorship. Because the space is filtered or mostly infiltrated with those who don't look like us. So the majority of the mentors we look up to are those who are not living our realities. So we must deliberately, even within our systems, create forums and spaces where young ladies would feel comfortable to come and engage and discuss the issues and challenges that they are facing in the practice of law. Because indeed, the law is a very, very jealous profession. And if we don't create the avenues for that to happen, then it seems that it is impossible for women to aspire to the top level. And for the female lawyers here, our courage as women, I think, is aspiring without apology. And it's as simple as us committing. Let's commit. By 2030, we achieve 50-50 representation in SEN applications. And how do we do that? Pursue high-stake litigation matters. Pursue advocacy work, seek mentorship, and claim spaces. Let's not only participate, we must claim and own spaces and fully and loudly commit. We belong here, we deserve to be here. Until then, they would not see us as being a necessary tool within those spaces. And for the largest bar in Africa, I think it's very clear and simple. We hold the MBA with so much pride. But I think courage for MBA means shaping the culture of the legal profession in Nigeria today. I think it's creating a clear pathway for women to lead the bar. I think it's removing structural barriers to participation. I don't see why we will be having late night meetings for MBA. I'm not running for governor's election. Why do I need to meet at 12 midnight? I think we should simply, because this is within our jurisdiction, adopt a rule that ensures that within the next 2 election cycles, the top 3 functional national offices is held by a woman. Let's even say even one. And together, because this is not a journey that we will do in isolation, because remember we said we must have an intergenerational dialogue, intergenerational converging point. So number 1, we must decide we must represent. So we must ensure that we are represented where decisions that shape the justice system are made. We are there on the table. For those, I believe this is a consolidation of both CSO practitioners and students. Advocate for resourcing that reflect gender realities when it's system. Reform. We must be the ones that would advocate for the reforms we desire to see. We should not be allowed to be fed the reforms that fit the narrative that currently exists. So for me, really, justice is not an abstract issue. It's the reality shaped by our laws, our leadership, and our willingness to challenge tradition. A future justice system without women at the center is not a future. It is merely just a repetition of the past or remaining in status quo. And I really don't like staying in status quo. So, for a future that we will need to build for women and in partnership with all who believe in fairness, that is a future where justice is not only delivered, but felt. So our task today is clear. Depending on where you sit, whether you sit as an advocate, advocating to ensure that the reforms that are required to advance our system includes women, whether you are within the bar as I am, ensuring that you have the courage to aspire without fear or conviction, or you are within the judicial system that ensures that because a woman is nursing or pregnant, she does not miss that chance to represent her clients, because if for many reasons you're unable to show up in court, the next thing that will happen is the clients will stop coming, and you cannot get to the highest rank when you don't have enough cases. So this requires an all of society approach. We all desire to live in a safe country. We should not wait till, by the time you're in court, all chips are already down. We should not wait till the chips are down before women are brought into the conversations that shape our safety, shape our future, and shape the trajectory of our nation. Thank you very much, and I hope it's an engaging session.
Once again, let's give a round of applause for the keynote speaker. Thank you very much, Ma. That was a very wonderful rendition. So next on the list is something we would like. We would have a short tea break while we network and over tea and some snacks while we get ready for the next rounds. Thank you very much.
Today, we are gathered here because we don't want to wait until March 2026 to have the conversation. We will name the barriers that keep justice out of reach, discriminatory laws, patriarchal systems, institutional biases, exclusive networks that shut women out. We will share lived experiences, of course, that need to be heard, not just in New York, all over the world, in policy rooms across the continent. Because when Nigerian women show up at CS70, we will show up with recommendations that are rooted in the lived reality of voices that refuse to be silenced and sidelined. So I would like for all of us here to be honest about where we are. I want us to be clear about where we need to go. And we need to ensure that access to justice stop being a theme that we revisit every few years and become something both women and girls can actually experience. Thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you. So introducing the second panel on when technology becomes a weapon, understanding technology facilitated gender-based violence, and access to justice for survivors. So the host for this particular panel will be Regina Alachi, who just left here, Toyin Chukwudozie, Executive Director, Education Acts, Vaccine, Jemima Iyangudo, I hope I got that correctly, the Media and the Communications Officer at TechHub. Please a round of applause for them.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us on this session. Hello, everyone, again. I just wanted to say that this is going to be such an interesting panel session, and I would like for us to please take down questions that we might have during the course of this session so we can ask our wonderful panelists after. So we'll just get right into it. This panel will explore how access to justice can be strengthened in the digital age. It will also seek to unpack current gaps, highlight survivor-centered legal and community responses, and identify practical reforms needed to ensure that women advocates, female political figures, advocates and girls are not left unprotected in online spaces that increasingly shape their civic participation, safety, and freedom. Hello, everyone. can we please minimize the side talk? We're actually here for serious business. And like I said when I was providing purpose and context, I said we don't want whatever it is we have here in the room, whatever recommendations we make, to just be something that we'll just say and then we get to revisit a theme year after year. And this panel is one that is really rich, and I hope that, you tune in completely. Thank you so much. I usually used to say that I like for people to introduce themselves, because who better to, tell people who you are than you yourself. So I'll just start with you, Toyin. So,
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Good afternoon, right? How does it feel to be like at the end of the year?
As if you're almost there, but you know you're not there.
True.
Yeah. But it's the 1st of December, and I'm really looking forward to the end of the year. And my name is Toyin Chukwudozie. I work for Education as a Vaccine as the Executive Director. We are an organization that works to advance sexual reproductive health and rights, rights of women and girls, rights of young people, people's rights to be safe. Whether we're speaking in our communities, in our classrooms, in our academic institutions, online, people's right to access the full extent of, their health rights and, rights to be free from violence. Of course, we are having this conversation on the backdrop of the 16 days of activism to end gender-based violence, to end violence against women and girls. And I think there's no better time to have this kind of conversation than in a time when there is heightened awareness about the conversation, about the issue, even though we should have 365 days, but at least this 16 days gives us a heightened awareness, and I'm very happy and pleased, and I'm honored to be invited to have this conversation here today to contribute to what Nigerian women will be, imputing at the Commission on the Status of Women happening in March 2026. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Can we please clap? Thank you.
That was a very great introduction. I don't know how to follow through with that. But hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jemima Yaudo. I am the Media and Communications Officer at TechHa NG. I'm also a first responder for TechHa's Kuram. Kuram is TechHa's online gender-based violence reporting and response platform. So this is what we also know as digital violence or technology-facilitated gender-based violence. TechHa is an organization that leverages technology for social impact. What that basically means is that we try to give social impact solutions through technology, because technology is the future, and what's more to advance the future safety of women and children than to provide the resources that help them to stay safe online. So that's what I do.
Okay, Jem. So I would just, please, can we celebrate our wonderful panelists? Thank you. So I'll just come to you, speaking about technology-facilitated gender-based violence. What is TGBV? And, the various forms that exist in local Nigerian context.
All right. Regarding explaining what technology-facilitated gender-based violence is, I just want to do a little exercise. See, we've all had tea break, and we are active. So I will just do what Nafisa has been doing. I'll say, hi, Abuja. You say, hi, Nalafem. So, hi, Abuja. Oh, my goodness. It was not apple we ate now, but it's okay. How many of us have received an image of someone sending us naked pictures of themselves? Maybe I would just like to okay. How many of us have experienced online gender-based violence? If you look clearly, the amount of people who said they have experienced online gender-based violence versus those who say they have received naked images or non-consensual images from someone that they don't know varies. This is because sometimes people do not know that they are experiencing that form of violence. Technology-facilitated gender-based violence is any form of violence that occurs through the use of technology. So people have an idea that it's usually social media, but sometimes it goes beyond that. It is Zoom bombing, it is phishing, it is vision. We know about the various forms of violence that exist, but sometimes this violence occurs strictly because you are a woman. Comparatively, men would not experience the kind of violence that women experience. I know young man over there is laughing, but it's true. People are more likely to send lewd images to women than they are to men. Men experience a form of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, but they do not even know that it is violence against their person. Catfishing. When people catfish men, when they say this is who they are, and the man has spent money or has built emotions or encounter romance scams, that is a form of violence against men. But men do not regard those kind of things as violence. Because when it comes to technology, we do not really attribute those things as violent against our persons, right? So technology for stated gender-based violence is any form of violence that occurs because of your gender through the use of any digital or technological platform. Like I said, it could be from your computer, it could be from social media. But it occurs. It occurs to people close to you, and you don't even know. Right? I think definition for me, I feel it's the first form of response, and helping us to seek justice. If you're not aware that you're being oppressed, you will not be able to seek justice that you're being oppressed. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. So speaking of oppression and, the, should I say consequences or aftermath of this sort of violence, I'll come to you, Tony. I know you do like a lot of work around, young people. You work a lot with young people, especially regarding SRH, right? Yes. And I wanted to ask, what are the mental health impacts of online violence? And I want you to speak to it from, experiences you've had in the field. And how do they affect survivors' willingness to seek justice?
Thank you very much. So I would say this, and I want to start with access to justice for people offline. The sessions before now, spoke a lot about access to justice. And we know that, access to justice it's the hill that you climb to get justice, you cannot die on that hill. That's a process that a lot of people give up on, because of all the barriers, all the issues that we know has to do with even just the criminal justice system in Nigeria, and all of the other issues, including communal support, family support, social support to access justice. Now, this is when people have experienced violence that a lot of us agree this one is violence. Yeah. So I'll give the example of sexual violence. If somebody is raped, there's outrage. There's all of this. Why does this happen? A lot of people, a good majority of people want that person to be well, to access justice. They want the perpetrator to be brought to book. And yet, in that scenario, there's so many things the person has to deal with. They have to deal with shame, they have to deal with, stigma, they have to deal with access and interfacing with stakeholders within law enforcement, and all kinds of things. And like I said again, this is when there's actual support. Even people, that don't know you, that don't know the survivor, voicing support for them. So there's a lot of mental health toll that it takes on girls, women, and other people who experience violence, even when we are seeing them, yeah? When it comes to online gender-based violence or technology-facilitated gender-based violence, there's a number of things at play here. Number one, this is something that's happening to you without the knowledge of other people. This is something that you might not be able to explain to somebody else that it is happening to you. This is something that, for example, if you find yourself in a situation where someone has, is blackmailing you online or bullying you or trolling and all of that, like it's something that, it's a burden. Sometimes you can't even share. There's situations, occasions where they threaten people to the point where they can't even tell their family members what they're going through. So the person is battling, one, the mental pressure, the mental stress of what this perpetrator is doing to them online. They are dealing with the mental load and stress of not being able to share with others because it's either they are threatened, I'll come after your family, or, stuff like that. They are dealing also with even shame of, being under the control of somebody that, they don't know. Sometimes you know the person, sometimes you don't know who they are. So there's a whole complexity of, this happening online and how personal it is that makes the mental health struggle even worse than what happens when people experience violence outside the online space. True. And so it really calls for, a lot of attention and support, and awareness for people to understand, first of all, when you're going through that this is actually violence. Yeah. And second, that you can actually seek help and that there's opportunity, like you don't have to be in the bondage of, the perpetrator and whatever they are doing to you online. So the mental health toll is a lot. And the exposure we have to online spaces, people assume, a lot of us assume that just because we have devices, that we are all equipped to handle what is happening online. Not everyone, adults, young people, not everyone has the capacity to handle, the experiences of being online. I'll give an example with my mother. And this is not on television, so she will not get to see this. With our parents, with most of our parents, you see them forwarding messages to you from all corners of the earth. Yes, you will see forwarded many times, yeah? And sometimes when you read those messages, you ask yourself, like some of us who have educated parents, you ask yourself, is it my educated professor, father, or mother that is sending this message? Did they read it? Did they really interact with this and analyze, that? Does this sound like it is real? I was going to give an example of my mother. She said to us a couple of weeks back, that she saw a video on TikTok. I didn't even know she was on TikTok. That she saw a video on TikTok, and the person was saying that when you see a light on your phone, it means this, it means that. So it wasn't even me she was talking to my sister. I was like, what's that? But the way in which people absorb information online, the way in which people engage, people are quick to believe things online, and that's always an entry point into a lot of abuse and violence online. There's difficulty in fact-checking. There's difficulty in really knowing this person who is on the other side, who are they really? Are they a robot? There's so many things that happen online that we are not equipped enough to handle, and it's not just because we own the latest of the devices. So that alone is something that also limits how much help people can get and makes it worse, the mental health toll that it takes. Because sometimes you're just with yourself battling. What I read, what this person said, that message, should I share with someone, should I not share with someone? Because we're not already so equipped to analyze that, to tear that apart, to understand that. Of course, it's worse for young people. We know that for young people, there's a whole lot. Because yes, they are online a lot, they have, access and all of that, but they are also not very equipped to identify threats, to identify, when something is off. I saw something a couple days ago, and I was showing, I have an adolescent and a younger one, and I was showing them. So this boy, they were threatening him and all of that. He ended up in a suicide. And you see that happens a lot with young people. Before you know what, they've lost their mind, they've lost concentration, they've lost, so many things. And there's the cases of suicide from, online gender-based violence against young people. We see that it is increasing. So in terms of the mental toll, I can go on and on about that, but I think it's evident that there's a huge mental toll that it takes when you experience online GBV. And sometimes you're not able to explain to somebody so that they understand. And while even the help that you would seek is not online, it's offline. Offline, we don't have enough supportive services for the kind of mental health stress and other impacts of online gender-based violence.
Thank you very much. So, speaking of being equipped, I'll just start off with your last sentence about not having enough services to handle online gender-based violence. I'll come to you, Jemima. Do you think that the current Nigerian laws and policies adequately cover TGBV? And if you think so, yes or no, what are the major gaps?
All right. First of all, I'll start from what Mr. Oyin had said about the response not being online and being offline. And we had done a research on that. So Tech had done a research on it. And we realized that as much as TFGBV has proliferated the spaces, what we noticed is that people do not want to report. Because like she said, because the help they seek is online, they are ashamed. It's offline, rather, they are ashamed. Because you cannot go to police and say, oh, somebody leaked my news. Why did you snap that picture? The trauma that the law enforcement gives the survivors or the victims is so terrible that just the mental toll of relieving that trauma stops reporting, people don't want to speak about it anymore. And that's why we developed Kuram. Kuram is our online gender-based violence reporting platform. So you can report these cases online, and we will speak to you online before we connect you to any physical legal service that you need. And that will bring me to answering your question. If we have enough laws to be able to prosecute this. You also sighed. The legal barriers that we experience, especially myself as a first responder, because whenever I take a case, I have to reassure that person. Reassuring that person also means that I have to be certain if this person will get justice for that situation or not. Are they going to get any form of remediation for these things that they're experiencing? And most of the times, it's very difficult because before you will track one number that is blackmailing somebody, it can cost you from 500,000 to over ₦1 million just to track one number, just to ask the law to put a ban on this account that is asking for money for blackmail. So it is very, very tricky. We do not currently have, while we have laws that we could circumvent and run around and squeeze, but technology is ever evolving and the violence is ever evolving. An example is, do we know that cyber stalking is a very dangerous experience? Does the law recognize it? We have the Nigerian Data Protection Law, but how does it protect us when loan apps are getting your pictures and creating deep fakes of people having sex with animals? Exactly. So these are things that are happening, but our laws are not protecting us from. We get to see things like doxing. We see non-consensual synthetic image sharing. This is when you use AI to create sexual image of people without their consent. But while the Cyber Crimes Act was updated, I think last year, it did not involve a lot of online violence that exists. And beyond reporting, it just means that whenever we think about cyber crimes, we're thinking of fraud. Fraud exists, but violence exists. And this is where the problem comes in. When there is no recognition of digital violence as a form of violence against a person, if people need to die or always need to commit suicide for you to take their cases or digital violence seriously, then a lot of people will die. The first case I ever got, it was around 11:53 p.m. And this lady was telling me, "Ma, if you don't respond to me, I'll kill myself." Hey? Me, small girl like me? Ha. And it was so scary having to hear that. But I can tell you that since I started responding to cases in 2024 till today, everybody says they're going to kill themselves. This is because of what she said. The shame, the mental struggle of online violence is worse than anybody thinks. You think, because people will tell you, just off your phone. So that what will happen? We've had perpetrators who get these images and then start adding other people's friends on social media and start sharing it to them. So after I've off my phone, what about them? Should they off their phone as well? And then when you report these issues, they say, madam, this one a case we're having for the internet, or what do you want me to do? Law enforcement themselves are not equipped to handle these conversations. We've taken a case to the police for them to institute an arrest. And police collect this video. And they say, look at who. Hey, now wow. Sharing it for other policemen. In the presence of the survivor. So they are watching you rewatch their video that they came to tell you is traumatizing them. We've had a case of police strangling the access to justice so much that we needed to release the perpetrator. We needed to release the perpetrator just so that the survivor can feel. They arrested her friend. And they said if for them to release her friend, they must release the perpetrator. I remember that time I had to text my ED. It was so late in the night. We had to start finding if police release you, who can arrest you? Yes, without using army. If police release you, before we searched and searched and searched and searched in that same state for them to be able to arrest, immediately the perpetrator just step their leg out of police gate, we just pick that person up again. But you see, the problem is, within these various structures that exist, there is really little to no awareness on response. How they respond to these cases are so terrible. And how they document these cases on their end is also really terrible. This means that they have no data that helps to inform policy conversations. What people like TechHat does, like what we do with our website, KuramNG, if you go to kuramng.org, you'll be able to see some uploaded cases on how many cases we have been able to get. But note, these cases do not represent the entirety of cases that we've gotten, just the ones we've gotten in Nigeria, just the ones that people have allowed us to document. Because you can even get a case and they say, madam, don't do that case again, no. My elder sister talks, say, make I no do one more, make shame no come to the family. And it's like that. Those are the kind of conversations that we hear all the time. But if we do not have legal cases that go to court, it means that we have no legal precedents. It means that lawyers don't even know what's happening. We have a volunteer network of lawyers that when we start having conversations on the various forms of violence that exist, they ask us, the lawyers ask us, so what do we do now? As a pastor, what should I pray for the cases? But the problem is that I don't know how to say it. It's from our small spaces. Currently, whenever they want to talk about defamation, it is when it is affecting a big person. I know recently there's a case that is going on with P Square where he said that he was falsely accused about rape and he has taken the girl to court. P Square is a powerful person. That case has gone to court. But in the same time, there is a Nigerian feminist, Vivian, who was falsely accused of sleeping with dogs. And they circulated that screenshot, that WhatsApp screenshot all over. And nobody has been arrested, even though the person that created that screenshot is still online and exists online. Because people do not take these things seriously. When you report it, they just say, don't post your this thing online now. You talk too much on the internet. But do you know one of the dangers of not having policies that cover for us? One day, it will touch you. It will touch somebody that you know. It will touch a sister, brother, cousin. When Teka started doing the work on CFGBV, we're very adult focused because with children, it's very tough to get the nitty-gritties of, signing guarantors, parental guidance forms, consent, and all of that. But one day, I was in my house, just randomly trying to eat breakfast, which I rarely do. But on this good day, I wanted to just eat the food, and I started hearing, "Hey, mommy, please come and help me. Please, they're threatening me with my pictures." This person is a 16-year-old. The food just left me. I had to go and find where this tears and crying was coming up from. And note, we do not have legal enough conversations or policy enough for adults. So imagine when it gets to children. What do you do then? Like, there's a huge gap that exists. And for a child, there's little to nothing you can do because while their parents are there, they're trying to see what can they consent to? What should we do? Can this person go to court? Can this person follow up? Can you give me the exact rundown of this information that has gone on? And parents are also traumatized, though, mind you, as a child is traumatized. So I think the long and short is that we do not have enough legal coverage. Our Cybercrimes Act, our Cybercrimes laws, our VAP laws do not adequately cover for the amount of violence that is happening in digital spaces. And like I said, as the internet evolves, as digitalization evolves, as technology evolves, violence will evolve in many ways than one. And if we're not speeding up to answer the one that we can see now, that we have evidence and policies to, then God help us, we are entering a sinking hole.
I think if you want to clap, you can clap better. Thank you so much. So there's so much to unpack from everything you've said, literally. So Tony, I will just come to you quickly. What do you think, or how do you think we can better equip the law enforcement agencies, or how do you think they can be equipped, right, to understand and handle digital evidence?
I think maybe that part might be even the easier part. And I say that because we have had a lot of success with, gender-based violence, addressing violence against women and girls in this many years of so many of us who are doing this work. We are seeing, if you look at now and 10 years ago, you would see that the way law enforcement handles gender-based violence cases is different. It's not perfect, but it is different. You would see that in some police stations, they have a gender desk. In some, they have a focal person, They've made space for that. So I think maybe this part is not such a difficult part. It just requires, adequate resourcing to get them to understand the nature of, online gender-based violence, the shape and form it's taking now. Because when you think about it, really, the average law enforcement person is not online to be looking for research on anything, let alone, understand how these things play out. So again, it falls back to us within civil society, within women's rights organizations, within feminist organizations, to, again, rise to the occasion of the awareness, the sensitization, the capacity support for law enforcement to understand how this is happening, how it is evolving, and how they can also respond. And beyond just the ones who are, the everyday field people, the foot soldiers, there's also need to take it even higher so that just like you're saying, within law and policy, there seems to be like an understanding. I really think that the amendment of the Cybercrime Act last year was a missed opportunity to, codify what really we need to be able to access justice for violence online. And so we can support law enforcement with capacity. We have done that successfully in many areas, and I think that's something that can be done. It just requires resourcing. It requires that, the few organizations or the many organizations who already in their other work, respond to GBV or engage with stakeholders within the law enforcement on GBV, also incorporate this as part of the kind of conversations that they are having with law enforcement.
Thank you so much.
They don't want to clap for
They have to. So I just want to come back to, the House before I give my panelists their closing questions. I would take maybe 3 questions. Oh, wow, hands are up already. So the lady in blue, number 1. Ramat, you're number 2. Is there anybody else? Oh, okay, so I have 4. I have 5 now. Oh, my God. 6. Anyway, I think we can make it work. So can we please keep our questions to 1 minute? So we have number 1. We have Ramat. Isioma, I would need help with the mic, or love it. And then we have, I think that's Constance here. Constance, you're number 3. Whose hand was up here? Number 4, 5, and you're number 6. So please, 1 minute each, so we have, because I still have enough time on this panel. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Wanne, and I'm going to be asking a question and also contributing. What I'm going to say here is something I've never said before. I have been afraid, I've been scared, but I think lived experiences like mine would help really shape the narratives around this. Sometime this year, in June, I received a message on my work line, and then the person told me, the person called me first because I was cooking, and the person said, check your WhatsApp message. I don't know who the person is. And then I picked up my phone and I saw a message, and the person said, somebody asked me to kill you, but if you are ready to work with me, I can see what I can do. I don't know you before, but you had my full name. And I don't know you, and then you had my work line. It's a secured line. And then when I asked the person, who is this person that asked you to contact me? He said, it's like, say, serious, I go pour acid for your face. I was scared. But then I realized that that period I had the opportunity to do a lot for the company I was working with. As a woman heading a position of influence at that time, it made me do so much. And I don't know who may be angry with me or anything. And then he went further to say, if you're ready to talk, we'll talk. And I just said, no, I'm not going to continue that conversation. I took screenshots of all of those messages, and then I sent it to my company because I was now scared for my life. And then they told me, okay, we'll see what we'll do about it and all of that. But I didn't get any response. And even I couldn't go to a police station to say, okay, if I report this person will be brought to book. What I did was that I had to resign from my job in Lagos, and I had to relocate immediately. This is what I'm telling you. The next day, I was on a flight from Lagos to Abuja. And since then, I've never said anything. And I still try to be out of the public because I still don't know who this person is, what this person wants. And I do not even want this person to know wherever I am. So in situations like this, what do you think people like me, how do people like me get access to justice? Because for my company, it was like, they said they contacted the police, but it's very expensive for them to track the phone number and everything. Until today, I didn't get a resolution. That's why I am never going to go back to Lagos to say, I want to take up that job because of what has happened to me. And I feel like what has happened to me may have happened to a lot of women, and they will never speak out because of shame, because they are scared, and because they are afraid. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. That was really bold. And I'm sorry you had to go through that. So we'll just take all the questions so you can respond to them at once.
Good afternoon. Thank you for sharing your story, because I got an email and I said, you know what, I live one life. If they kill me, I die. So thank you for being, I like these kinds of conversations because it makes us realize just how similar our experiences are. To my question, do we think that doxing can be used as a tool of accountability? Here is why I'm asking this. Over the last, if you've been on social media over the last 10, 15 years, we have seen that doxing sexual abusers and rapists has actually helped, for example, Lagos DSVA to follow the case, catch them, prosecute, and even get them in jail. It is a dicey thing, I know, but can it be balanced enough to be used as a tool for accountability? Thank you.
Number 3.
Thank you very much for the robust conversations we're having about the cyber crime and then the digital violence. So I do understand that having this conversation is crucial, but then again, not everybody is aware of the content of the Cybercrime Act and if it is actually robust in nature. Working in the space, in the development space, I think that justice is actually for the rich and not for everybody. So my question is, Nigeria, we always have a way of reviewing laws that have not even been tested to identify gaps and know how we can make sure that the next review is more robust. How do you think we can actually realistically reduce violence against women in the digital space? So I put realistic because I know that we have a lot of ideas we think should work in a country that's where things are working, but in Nigeria I think we're a very peculiar country. So in the Nigerian context, what do you think we can do to ensure that violence against women, especially women with disabilities in the digital space, is realistically reduced? Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone, and well done to the panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your story, the lady in blue. Quickly, I also want to draw attention to how tech-facilitated GBV has been used as a tool against women in politics. During the just concluded Anambra elections, it was a weapon that was used against, there's an actress, I can't remember her name top of my head right now, and if you notice, it was to discredit her, because on the day of election, the tech-facilitated GBV that we tracked, that was noticed, was not as high as prior to the election, during the pre-election phase. So they used it to target it, to reduce her. So people focused more on her body or on the dress she was wearing than her capacity as a person. So it's now a tool that people use. So I'm asking, how can we, and we know that 2026 is coming, 2027 is coming, how can we integrate, technology? We have a tech person here. So how can we develop a structure to be able to protect women that are in politics, especially around issues of tech-facilitated GBV? And also, I also wanted to quickly contribute that when we are designing our programs on online gender-based violence, we should also include women from rural communities. Because sometimes I realize that the reason that these things are perpetrated is as a result of ignorance. So you see, you're talking about how our parents, share those messages for them many times. You also see how even some women, elderly women, they share nude videos of children without even know it, ignorantly. They think they are trying to help and draw awareness around the issue, but by sharing it, they are doing more harm than good. So I think it's also important that we take into account that there is a lot of ignorance on this issue, and that beyond the development space, we assume that people know it, but it's just us that know it. There are people that are in the development space, that in the corporate sector, that do not know some of these issues we think everybody knows. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Evelyn Dan Epele. I want to first of all compliment our panelists. I'm one of the beneficiaries of TechHa's digital skills training at the British Council that happened more than 5-6 years ago. So thank you. Everyone should check out TechHa. Fantastic place. I want to also thank my sister who sort of shared that very vulnerable moment. I think that vulnerability really for me has really been the point of learning for all of us as women. I didn't come here today as myself. I came here today as a very good friend of the late Somtochukwu Maduagu. Somtochukwu was my best friend, and we shared the same birthday. She meant just so much to me. I was in New York when I heard about her passing, and this is really my first public event since her passing, and I knew that I had to be here because it was important. Somi was a lawyer. She was a female, upcoming, aspiring politician, a model. She was a lot of things, and I'm sure we already know that. When you were speaking, you said a few things about, when it comes to gender-based violence in the online place. We always tell people like, oh, why did you take the nude pictures in the first place? So we always return to that. I want to use that as the basis for the question that I want to ask you, because as friends with Somi, people tend to know Somi more than they do know me, because when it comes to using social media, Somi is, I don't know if anyone here follows her on Twitter, she's very outspoken, she's, very bold. Somi would drag you, that kind of person. And on the other hand, I don't follow anybody on Instagram. If you do, go beyond this point to try to find out the kind of work that I do and the kind of person that I am, you would come back and say things like, oh, Evelyn is very humble, because I wouldn't put myself out there, and that's because I know that what is within my control is actually my actions and what I do. That was the point of departure for me and Somi as friends, that I don't know that I would say she didn't know, but she didn't apply as much restraint as I would have wanted her to do when it comes to using social media. And because of what you said, my question is, why do you think we are sort of not looking at the role that we as individuals are playing to even perpetuate our own abuse on social media? And to put that question into context, we struggle a lot with self-reflection. All of the questions that you've just asked now about what would the police do, what would the government do, what would everybody, but what about questions about what would you do? My late friend was the kind of person, if you go on Twitter, and this is verifiable, Somi was the kind of person that would go on Twitter and insult your mother. And you don't have any control over what people would do or the actions that people will take after you say certain things. There are a bunch of people on social media that are not normal, and you don't know these people. For every time that we quarreled, like I told you, we have the same birthday, we're inseparable. For every time that Somi and I had a fight, it was because she said something on social media. More than 100 people would text me and say, oh, Epele, see what your friend is doing, go talk to her. And the minute I text her, she would even warn me and tell me, oh, if it's about her tweets, I shouldn't even bother. She can even block me temporarily so that I don't stop her from going on a rampage. Why are we shying away from letting people know that actions really do have consequences? Respectfully, I don't want to sound politically correct because I'm grieving. I want us to learn from every opportunity and instance that we can learn from. At what point do we start teaching young people, older people, about how our actions as individuals have consequences and reverbs through the internet space, so that people learn to moderate the actions that they carry out? You just said something now that people would ask you, why did you take the nude picture in the first place? Answer that question. That's an important question to answer, because when you keep this within the domain of what would the police do, it's expensive to track the person, why did you take the nude picture in the first place? I feel like if we can start answering difficult questions like that, that call for self-reflection, why did you post, thunder fire XYZ person on social media? If we can answer questions like that and turn the mirror and look at ourselves and our actions, we would actually start solving a lot of problems. And I'm sorry that this is taking too long. Something happened in church on Sunday. I'm Catholic. And for the first time, the Catholic priest said in church that after the church service, after the mass, that he wanted to, full disclosure, not call anybody out specifically, but talk about the kind of clothing that some women were now wearing to mass, and to remind people that this is the house of God and that we're not coming to the club. A lot of women got offended by what the priest was saying, but if I want to be very honest, more than 3 Sundays ago, while the mass was going on, I would poke my mom and tell her, "Mommy, look, because people would come to church, your nipples are popping out. Even when you were coming from your house, you won't tell me that you were not aware that you're not wearing a bra. But nobody wants, once you say these things, people say, oh, she's talking like a man. She's not. Are you not aware that you're naked? Are you not aware that you're indecently dressed? Why are you waiting for someone else to call it out? And then when we do, you start saying that, why would you say a woman was raped because she was dressed? Are you not aware that if you don't put on a bra and your nipples are standing, people would feel turned on by that? Is that something you're not aware of? So these are uncomfortable truths, but I want us to start confronting what is within the power of our own control. What can we control? Because if we don't confront it, I'm sorry, we live in a world where nobody's going to check for you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you. Okay, so we are coming to Mariam. Mariam is your ma? Mariam had a question. Yeah, we'll come to you, but her hand was up first. So please, just 30 seconds, can you? Mariam.
Hi, good morning. So I believe most of the questions has been asked. I would just like to contribute. So now I believe ending GBV requires more than just awareness, but it also requires accountability, budget, and survival-centered system that actually works. And I think it was from a workshop I recently completed on gender-responsive budgeting and planning. That was where I realized that this thing doesn't just require the awareness. Awareness without proper budget and planning cannot actually work for the survivors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, you can respond. It's a lot, actually. True.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Choma Onyenucheya Uko. I'm the chairperson of the International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA Nigeria, Abuja branch. I didn't want to say anything, but forgive me. I know that this is not supposed to be any of us reacting to something one of us said, since we should be responding to the panel or asking questions of the panel. But then again, if we understand the power of words, the influence that comes with it, becomes important to sometimes contextualize certain things so that people don't live with the wrong narrative. So the concerns raised by my sister who spoke before the last person are valid concerns. However, I do not think that those concerns are appropriate within the context of the conversation we're having. Because what it may inadvertently do is begin to excuse the actions of violators, of perpetrators. Because truly, yes, people may behave in ways that are wrong, that are unlawful, that are, whatever word you want to describe those behaviors with. There was something she said that is instructive. And I think that is actually the better mindset with which we should continue. She said that she does not have control over what someone else does, but she has a control over herself, which then means that for the time you perceive the woman is nude or indecently clad, you have a right to how you respond to that nudity. You may not be able to determine how that woman dresses, but you can determine how you respond to it. In the same vein, when people are, maybe when people feel offended, when they are aggrieved at the action of someone, and I'll give a common example. We see people being intercepted by maybe security men that are armed or that are in groups, and in that situation, you are unable to withstand them by getting into a fight. They usually borrow sense, right? They remain temperate until whatever it is passes. In the same wise, can we not also maintain that temperance when we are offended by persons we are stronger than? So, I am not saying that her concerns are invalid, because there is a place for every conversation. There is the time for moral chastisement. There is the time to, instill proper discipline, amongst ourselves. There is a place for it. Really valid and vital. But let us not mix up the conversation, because when we do, we begin to create pockets of excuses that will hound us, because there's really no limit to it.
Thank you so
again,
much.
rounding off, let's also pay attention to the demographics of persons who suffer violence or all forms of abuse. They are not cast in any specific mold. You find them amongst children who don't even have anything to bear. You find them amongst women who are covered head to bottom. You find them in persons who are virgins, chaste. You find them in all demographics. That then means that the mind of a violator is a warped mind, and it must be accused without any equivocation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The mind of a violator is warped and must be accused. Thank you. Please, just question, 30 seconds, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Gloria Otojo. I'm the Executive Director of Development Impact Pathfinder Initiative. I think we begin first with understanding our own rights, and also coming out, to also reject some of the things, that we don't want. For instance, in the digital space, I have received, our sister shared, I've received not similar threat like hers, but I've received messages where somebody is sexually advancing, without consent, just sending me, you're chatting with me on a messenger, for instance. For me, I expect that the person should have checked out my profile, because before I even become somebody, or I asked for somebody's friendship, I would have checked out the person's profile. But this person just starts, chatting with me, and the next thing is the person is calling me sweetheart, and the person is sending me messages like that. So the first thing I do is that I start rejecting it right from that beginning. And then I start telling the person that I'm going to report you to the law enforcement agency, because this is sexual abuses. You don't know me, and you cannot just start sending me some kind of messages that doesn't, agree with me. So I think we begin with our own, knowing our own rights. Even if the law, we don't have strong institutions to back us up, but at least we know we have our own selves. So let's begin to, first of all, reject those kind of things, because many of them that have used that approach, telling them that the law, whether it exists or not, that I'm going to use the law against you, I'm going to track you, so they desisted from, from that. Then secondly, maybe we also need to engage our telecom telecom companies, because if somebody can track someone who made comments about politicians, why would they not be able to track somebody who gave me a threat to life? So I think we should also begin to engage those people too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Glory. Thank you. So I'll just give our panelists some minutes to, respond to that. Thank you so much.
Yes. So I couldn't also keep track of all of that. because, but there's so many things that have been said already. The people who have asked questions have also offered solutions, yes, in many ways. But I think generally, just to touch on a couple of points, there are some points here that Jemima is going to be more appropriate to respond to than I would. But I think that we really understand where the problems are from the conversations, from the questions that we are asking. And those are exactly points that, being practitioners here, that we can start to engage, the stakeholders who are involved. There's questions around like, how can we integrate structures to protect women in politics. There's larger groups of women, of people, organizations, women's rights organizations who are working with women who are in politics, women who are aspiring to run for office, women who are already in different phases of that. And I think that one of the things that I reflect on as I sit here is how we should just know we have different things that we bring to every conversation. So even though I can sit here and say, oh, the most of my time I have spent doing a lot of SRHR work on gender-based violence work, there's aspects of that you can bring to what I do. So it's important for those of us who have a lot more understanding of this to be able to find ourselves in that spaces to make those specific contributions, because we shouldn't assume that the group of women who are in politics or working with women in politics know all there is to know about how to, protect themselves in this way or that way. So there's need for that kind of collaboration to happen. And I think maybe 2 more points and then I can hand over. The other point I want to make is that this thing that you said about knowing rights, rights awareness, awareness of what's in policy, what's in law. We don't have a law policy. Like we already said, Cybercrimes Act, as amended in 24, it did not give us, the kind of thing that we need to address this issue. But within other laws, are there other things that protect us that we can also go back to law enforcement and say, this is how, you should protect me anyway. So awareness of rights, awareness of laws is very critical. Awareness of your own self is very important. I don't want to go over that because a lot has been said about that. Awareness of your own self. You too can be a perpetrator. And you need to also understand that if you cross those lines online, you are a perpetrator. So you should not do what you don't want to be done to you, right? And whether we're talking about I don't know. You could say, oh, I'm not stalking somebody, or I'm not doxing, or I'm not. But there are other forms of violence that you're engaging in that maybe in Nigerian lingua you think you're just catching cruise. So it's for us also to be self-aware enough to know when we have crossed from our own side of human rights to another person's side of human rights, and be mindful of not violating another person's rights. I think generally we do need a lot of accountability in this conversation, all round, holding our government accountable, because they can't ignore the fact that we exist also in a digital space. Holding our communities accountable, because we need to let everybody know that, see, it's your responsibility as much as it is mine to keep our common spaces safe. Holding, having accountability within ourselves as individuals, like I said, to know what you can do and what you cannot do to another person. I think we can go on and on about the conversation here, but at the end of the day, we all know that there's a lot that we need to do to make online spaces safe. One more thing, I think I just remembered. I also need for us to be clear about when we talk about gender-based violence. Yeah, the very meaning of gender-based violence is that this violence is because of the person's gender. It's also important for us to know that online, the kind of violence women experience is different. It's different. And when we say it's gender-based, there are things women experience online just because they are women. I bet you, like I've seen posts online where, 2 men are bantering and someone is like, snapped a picture of the person's kid. I know where you live and all of that. Those kind of things. Between men, and I am not a man, I can't say too much, but between men or among men, the way even the conversations happen, the kind of insults is very different. Permit me to say that most times online, insults to women degenerate to ashawo. But that is it. Yes, it will not be hard. before you have said two things, they've called you a prostitute. So we need to also be able to understand gender-based violence like that. To say, when we are saying that, of course, nobody should violate anybody online, but that there's a different way men and women experience violence, even in the online space. So we call that out. We say that's not okay. None of it is okay, but we say it is not okay for you to go this way or for you to go that way. And when we are now in the physical spaces where we can influence policy conversation, influence law conversations, influence narratives that people hold, it is also important to keep that in view. I think I'll stop there. Thank you. You just don't like clapping for me on this session. I've seen that.
You're not a perpetrator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oyim, for that. I think you really touched on some very salient points. So I took notes because one of the things that I get a lot on speaking on panels on TFGBV is because of how new it is, or because of how the conversation sounds. Yes, people always are very curious to know more. So I'm going to start from the sister in blue. I'm really sorry that I did not get your name. Yes.
Victoria.
Victoria? Oh, hi, Victoria. I'm very sorry that you went through that. One of the things that we've noticed about violence against women is that it is aimed to take women out of various spaces. And that's what has happened to you. And I think you're the first person who I can categorically say has really left a space, literally left your job, your life, and everything because of that threat that you experienced. And I'm very sorry about that. I think another thing that's important for us to note is that this is not as uncommon as you think. Sometimes it's just a threat for people to extort money from you. I would not really say that your organization did so well in helping to follow up with all that has happened, because the conversations about how much it's going to cost is such an interesting one for someone who is working in your field and who works with you. I think that's the least that you can do, right? So I'm very, very sorry that you experienced that. One of the things that I would say regarding that is it's very important to have these conversations with the police, right, and submit this report. Because while they might not do, quote unquote, much, we need the data that helps to inform the policy. And that is the kind of protection that we're seeking to give women online and in digital spaces. So Ramat asked a very interesting question. I'm going to Ramat now, who had asked about doxing. So for those who don't know, doxing is the intentional release of personal information of individuals. And it's also the non-consensual release of information of individuals, personal information to be precise. So it could include your phone number, your house address, your work address, and other information that are pertaining to you that most times are not generally online, right? In fact, some people's social media are not connected to each other. So Ramat is asking, can doxing be used as a tool of accountability? And I'll say it's a very slippery slope. Please, how many of us know about the girl who had bought hair from the hair vendor and they did not pay her? And she was jumping on, yes. So that is trolling. That is actually trolling on the internet. And them releasing her information is also doxing. There's the girl Chubby Diva who had called P-Square a rapist and had said that he had raped his housekeeper, given the fact that he had sex with her, power play and all of that, right? People released her personal information online. They doxed her a lot. I don't know how many of us are on Twitter or X to remember that there were some girls who had said that they're part of the feminist coven. They had a WhatsApp group chat. Those girls were heavily doxed to the point that people released their home address and men were going to go and throw shit in front of their door and stalking them in school. They are still doxed till now because they receive so many phone calls, because I'm in contact with almost all of the girls. It was a terrible, terrible experience. And that's how I say that doxing is a slippery slope of accountability. You cannot give that much power to mad people. You can only set up systems in place to help to protect people from that, right? Regardless of the fact that it sounds like a good thing to say, oh, this person cheated me, or this person stole from me, this is their number, call them and greet them good morning. It sounds like a good idea, but it's very dangerous, because what happens when somebody is lying against another person? What happens when it's disinformation? For example, the things that happened against those girls on the feminist group chats was disinformation. The things that happened against Vivian from Twitter, who they said she was sleeping with dogs, was disinformation. But her information was put out there, and it has put her in danger. We cannot give people that amount of power to spread other people's personal information. Immediately, something is non-consensual. You should not be participating in it. You should not be giving those kinds of things power. So I do not believe that doxing can be used as a tool of accountability. Our systems are very bad in the sense that people do not feel they are safe enough to be able to report things. That is why people like VDMs exist, right? when you have to reach out to another person, to call out another person, to say, oh, this is what this person did to me, this is their house address and all of that. We should not give those kind of things power. We should empower our systems to keep us safe and protect us. Constance has asked that she thinks that justice is for the rich, and how can we realistically reduce violence against women, especially persons with disabilities? I'm very glad that you asked this question. Last year, I had trained persons with disabilities on TFGBV. Yes, that's my contribution to activism. I'm willing to train any and everybody, including coming to your church. And one of the things I noticed is that even during research, people do not incorporate persons with disabilities in how they experience violence. Because somebody is less likely, it cannot see, right? They are more likely to be in danger of digital violation because that phone that they are using is their all-in-all. And they're using read out loud phone. So it is the instructions that that person has on their phone that is going to help them to be able to navigate the internet. Anybody can tamper with that, and that puts them at risk of danger. We need to be able to speak out more. I think I connected this case with another person's conversation on building structures for accountability. But we are the structures. I say this everywhere. I do not believe in waiting for someone or an organization to go and do an awareness project in Borno State before conversations on violence is going to be had. You that heard me, what have you done? We attend events like this and nobody posts on LinkedIn to say, oh, this is what I learned. This is what I think that we should do better on. Nobody posts on Twitter. Everybody's forming. When you post on LinkedIn, it's just, oh, I attended this event. It was a great conversation. Da-da-da-da-da. Thank you so much, NALFM. Thank you so much, NA Foundation. But then what are the critical conversations that you take away from events like this that you need to repropagate? Recently, I wrote a newsletter for my organization as a communications person. And to introduce 16 days of activism, I said you have phones. That is activism enough. Nobody can come and beat you and say, why did you post this? But you can post about digital violence that people experience and tell people what to do and how to protect themselves or where they could go to for resources. If we have to wait for other people to take the mantle, we will not do it. It's like a community goat. If everybody thinks that somebody else is going to put it inside, ain't nobody going to put it inside. It's going to slip outside there. Yes. If you don't feel like that thing is your thing enough to do, then sorry, then it might not necessarily be my thing. So we need to be able to be the activists that we want other people to be. Then the third question, I didn't get the name as well, but it was a very important question on TFGBV as a weapon against female politicians. That's a fantastic question. When I was in Zambia, they were talking about this female politician who had experienced violence in Namibia and how there was a lot of misinformation spread online. So there's a form of violence called gendered disinformation. It is the intentional, malicious spread of misinformation or false information about a particular person just to skew conversations around their identity, their personality, and their power. And that's just what it is. It is intentional. It's not misinformation. Misinformation can be, they did not know. They just share it like your mom and every other person's mom. Share it forwarding 20 million times. But disinformation is, I know this is not true and I want to put this information out there. I saw that picture of that lady. In fact, she was the one that made me to do, I have a content on it, we haven't pushed out yet on Teka. She was the one that made me to create that content. They posted a picture and said it was a campaign picture because the woman was curvy. And it was so outrageous, the amount of hate comments she got on Twitter just because of that image alone. Distorted everybody's idea of that woman from that picture and on social media. And these are conversations that we need to be having. This is research that we need to be incorporating into our campaigns. Campaigns should now go beyond greatest Nigerian voters to incorporate ways that the person who you are campaigning for can experience violence and what people should not believe. The same way we have the digital tools to be able to spread disinformation is the same way we have the digital tools to be able to spread information about preventing that disinformation. So I think earlier in the year, I had researched a toolkit for female politicians who were contesting elections in Africa and how they could help against disinformation campaigns. If that's something that you like, I'll be happy to share that resource with you. I'm going to write up real quick. So Evelyn, yes, back to Evelyn, who spoke on our digital footprint and digital responsibility. I really hear you on self-reflecting. But you see, one of the things about giving people the power to self-reflect is fantastic, right? But we need to create a structure for those who are not intentionally moving that way. Just like Madam Choma had said, we are human beings. We are accountable to ourselves and our persons. And that's
personality gives us the boundary that we place around people. So if I post something, it's not for you to carry the picture of my face to go and create something else, because people have been doing that. What we need to do is to create a structure that exists for people to be able to seek redress when they feel that they have been harmed. Because in many ways than one, and I always give this example, if I buy a car and I keep that car in my compound and I close my gates, or in fact, I don't have a gate, but the car is my own, and someone comes to steal from me, you still stole from me. I am the victim. It doesn't matter, why didn't you put gates? Why did you buy a car without putting gates? Why did you not hire 3 soldiers? Why didn't you put... I can do all that, and people can still enter that space and steal from me. It is the right, as myself and as an individual and as the government, it is my right for government to set up systems that exist for me to be able to seek redress when people violate the boundary that I have put for myself. I can post my nyash if I want to post my nyash. But if you carry down my nyash and post anywhere else that I say you should not post, then that is a problem. If I share an intimate picture with you and you violate the boundary that I have created by sharing that picture with you, it is not the government's problem whether I put that picture. The government's problem is, am I safe? It is their work to protect me. Our social contract is that you protect me from people that want to harm me. So I'm not safe. Create a system that helps to keep me safe. Personal reflection can be your personal reflection, because we cannot use our own moral standards to cover every other person. Miriam spoke about budgeting. Yes, and that's something I've written about. Gendered budgeting is very important when having conversations about things that affect women. The reason why our policies fall through the cracks is because there is no gendered budgeting. Gendered budgeting reflects gendered budgeting, and gender mainstreaming when developing policies and budgeting generally gives you a broader vision of what is happening to this gender. I promise you, women are disproportionately affected by issues of TFGBV. But the reason why we do not know that as much as we're supposed to is because there is no gendered budgeting to give us an abrupt and accurate amount of what is priority, what we should give priority to. We just think, oh, there's cyber violence, oh, Yahoo boys can do cyber crime that cancel Yahoo boys. But when doing our policies, there's no gender mainstreaming that reveals the intricate gender issues that exist in this space. And lastly, on NSA tracking, that same question, madam, that you're asking us, we're asking it as well. But one of the things that we've come to find out is that government will always reply that they do not want to overstep the use of the tools that are in their possession to handle civil cases or civil crimes, because most of these, while they are crimes, they can also be very civil compared to when government is using their great powers to arrest a man that insulted Aisha Buhari. But yeah, those are very important crimes amongst others, because that's a national security issue. Thank you so much, my panelists. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This has been such a lovely panel. So before I go quickly, I just wanted us to do something. Evelyn, sorry, my condolences on the loss of your friend. So I'd like for us to observe at least 30 seconds or a minute of silence for the late Somtochukwu. Those of the faithfully departed and that of Somtochukwu, rest in peace. Okay, you all, my wonderful and amazing panelists, please, I would like for us to give them a standing ovation. Standing, please. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hello? Okay. Please, another round of applause for that very thought-provoking panel. I'm sure we all had a great time. So a slight switch up in the agenda. We are going straight into the third panel. After the third panel, we are going to do all artistic expressions, networking, and breakout sessions, and then we'll round off with a great lunch. We want to do it so that we can leave here in time as well. We don't want to take your entire day. So I am going to be moderating the third panel, and that is focused on women at the bar and on the bench, expanding women's leadership and access to justice in Nigeria's legal ecosystem. And we have first, apologies on my many devices. We have first Dr. Charity Ene Unogu. Please, a round of applause for her. She steps up. Dr. Charity Ene Unogu is a seasoned legal practitioner with over 2 decades of post-call experience. She currently lectures at the Faculty of Law, Veritas University, Abuja, where she contributes significantly to legal scholarship and the academic growth of emerging lawyers. A passionate advocate for social justice, Dr. Unogu is widely recognized for her work in advancing access to justice, especially through the university-based law clinic, where she provides leadership in clinical legal education and community-focused legal empowerment. Her dedication to public interest lawyering continues to inspire students, enhance legal practice, and strengthen justice delivery mechanisms within and beyond the academic space. Please, another round of applause for this Amazon. And then I have another dynamite on my panel. Welcome, ma'am. I have Ms. Chioma Onyenucheya Uko, and she is the chairperson of the International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA Nigeria Abuja branch. Please, a round of applause. I know that this panel is going to be interesting. So you guys, can we promise to measure up and possibly outdo the TFGBV panel? Can we do it? I do not have any confidence in this response I'm hearing from the room. Please, can we do it? Are you people tired? Please, if you are tired, there's coffee at the back. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm the youngest on this panel. I just have 10 years post-call. You can see that I am with my senior, so I probably should be lying down on the floor to ask the questions. But it is an honor, to be honest, to be here on this panel. So thank you very much, ma'ams. Right, and this is an intergenerational dialogue, so we can see that we have generations that are spanning here. So I know we have some young lawyers in the room as well. So if you do have questions, this would be a great time to ask, because we are focusing on intergenerational leadership in the justice sector in Nigeria, across the bar and the bench. So the first question I do have to ask, ma'am, is, and anyone can take this question, is what kind of progress have we made with women leaders in law? And how has this transformed legal and justice systems at large in Nigeria?
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, well, I think that some of the progress we've made for women in law will include even from the entry-level points. If you pay attention to, the call to bar ceremonies, you will see an impressive number of female lawyers, young women who are called to bar. And of course, as against what you used to obtain traditionally in the legal profession, where seeing a woman used to be an exception instead of the norm, now it has become normal to have more females who are either law aspirants or lawyers called to bar. So that's a progress. Then the other thing will be the number of females that we have in the judiciary. The number is impressive now, it's growing. It hasn't quite gotten to what we expect to see it become, but we have at least the signposts. The current CJN is female, which is a good signpost for young women to aspire to. At least now when they think of my Lord, though it is a misnomer, so to speak, but they will realize that my Lord does not only mean a male. So they can think of success in the profession from a feminine lens, seeing someone they could look up to, someone they can see and tell that, oh, if she can also be there. And then the good thing too is that instead of the usual of saying we are recording first this and first that, at least the CJN is no longer the first woman. You know, we've had Lord Justice Miriam Mukhtar, who was there for a bit, you know, yes, Aluma Mutak. But now we have another woman. So it is gradually going to become normal to have a woman get to the apex. And it's not only at that height, also at the Court of Appeal. The president of that Court of Appeal is also female. And then we have a few women who are also chief justices in their different states. Though there are states where it may just be a sprinkling, you don't really find women in the judiciary. But at least that we can count 1, 2, and the few others tells us that progress is being made, albeit not at the pace that we expect. And then again, there is also growing traction in the will I say volume or the groups of women professionals, professional women in the legal space. You have the International Federation of Women Lawyers. I doubt there is anybody sitting in this room who hasn't heard about FIDA, and the impact spreads across. And it's not just within Nigeria, but then because we are situating this conversation within the Nigerian context, there is FIDA in 46 states of the Federation and the FCT. 36 states of the Federation and the FCT, 46 branches in all. And then not only just FIDA, there are other women groups like that, other professional groups in the legal profession. Then even in the NBA, you have the NBA Women Forum. And all of these groups have mentorship platforms where younger, females are encouraged, are mentored, are given direction, given support, hand-holding, and all of those are happening. So I think that these are good progress. And I must also say that though we haven't seen the kind of progress we're expecting in the rank of the lawyers, the bar, at the inner bar, we haven't quite seen that, but yet we're getting trickles of women who are making it to the coveted, prestigious rank of senior advocates of Nigeria. So nobody will think anymore that for you to be an SAN, you have to only be a man. They now know that women too can become senior advocates of Nigeria. So those are some progress in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to... So sorry, ma'am. Given the fact that you're also from... So first of all, please, a round of applause. You do have to... We are the biggest bar in Africa. So, exactly. So we have a standard to set. Please. Right, ma'am. So in answering your question, because you come from an academic perspective, I know so for context, I'm also a lawyer, so please... I will not take your case, but when I did law at University of Nigeria Enugu campus, I know we had female lecturers. We had now Professor Anozie, we had Professor Joy Zilo take us on children, women, and the law. So we had male and female lecturers. We had Dr. Nkem Itain that took us on intellectual property. Now, coming from an academic perspective, because it's if you don't train your lawyers well, you can't produce quality lawyers. And representation is important, not just in the bar and the bench, but also in the academic systems. So I want you to answer the same question, but also just add a bit of an add-on to say that, within the academic institutions, what are the stereotypes, or what are the challenges that women face that hold them back from attaining the professorship level, the doctorate level, and ascend to become deans of faculties? I don't know how many of us were watching on social media when Professor Joy Zilo tried to put in an application to become the VC of University of Nigeria Nsukka, and apparently they chose someone else, and she documented that process not just for posterity, but to show it's not that easy as people think. Women ascending the bar far, or ascending, the legal profession in the academic, sector. So I would like you to share that unique perspective, ma'am.
All right. From the academics, I will really say that it is one space that women are given what they deserve, to be very honest. It is actually difficult for a woman to become VC, but it's not because she's a woman a lot of time. We have the experience of the Vice Chancellor or the defunct Vice Chancellor in University of Abuja. She was made Vice Chancellor when she was less than 3 years or 6 years as a professor. So in the academics, everything is spelled out. You hear slogans like publish or perish. Now your work speaks for you. So if you are a lawyer and you are in the academics and you are able to provide or meet all the criteria for your promotion to professorship and even to contest to become VC, it is possible you can contest on equal footing with your men folks. I am very sure of that. For instance, University of National State University, the Vice Chancellor is a female, and she's doing so well. And everybody is celebrating her all over the place. She's here today, she's here in other countries of the world, and they are all celebrating her. Now, it wasn't really difficult for her to ascend that throne because she has already met the criteria. Sometimes we rely on the Nigerian factor. You are qualified, you have become a professor. But the law that sets the pace said you can't be a vice chancellor until, I think, after 12 years that you have become a professor. So if you are 10 years, maybe if you have a long leg, you can get there. But if you don't have, even if you have long leg, and the people refuse, and they insist on ensuring that you meet up with the criteria, then you must wait. So I think in the academics, I will really say that if you merit something as a woman, this is one space that I know there could be local politics here and there, but you are usually given your rights, your due. But that is to say, in terms of the people themselves. Now, talking about your question generally, what's the impact that this improvement in the involvement of females, what impact has it made in maybe in access to justice? Giving access to justice or helping women, the underserved, the less privileged, access to justice, granting them, and even children. What has that got to do with the impact, got to do with the progress we have so far made? A lot of times, when women get into this position, a lot of time, they don't do the expected. For instance, as a Chief Justice of Nigeria, at the apex courts, somehow, through interpretation, laws are made. Laws are made in the court. So if I'm a woman and I'm in a certain position, probably maybe in the judiciary or even at the bar, becoming an SAN, a lot of time you go to court, you are being heard. A lot of interpretation of certain laws can be shifted because you are in that position. You can give a kind of gender-sensitive interpretation to certain, previous interpretation of certain laws and principles that have been applied that seem to be, against the women as a folk, as a group of people, even against the children. I think that in that area, we have not made so much progress. People are increasing in their numbers. Women getting into political positions as lawyers, getting into the apex position in the judiciary, and even in the academics. But we still suffer some of these little things. I'll give an example. Right now in Nigeria, there is a new policy where every law faculty must establish the law clinic.
And the law clinic is a method that has been introduced through the clinical legal education where you teach the student to the practice of law right from the classroom. Now you are in that position. We prepare to do certain things, and you know that this thing is beneficial to the student, not just the student, but to the populace, to the underserved. But some people use, political position to stop it. So it is in the aspect of impact that we are making to fast forward the progress in access to justice that I think we are not doing so well for now.
All right. Thank you so much. And please, a round of applause. Please, a huge round of applause. Yes, ma'am. I'm going back to you now for the second question. And, when you were speaking, you gave several, very good examples, of women attaining very high positions of leadership within the justice sector in Nigeria, which is great. We are then now living up to our reputation, across Africa. But you did say that there is progress that needs to still be made, and possibly it's not as fast as, we would expect. Now, my next question is, what reforms are most urgent to increase women's representation in judicial appointments, not just at the apex, but also at the state levels, considering the context of the different dimensions of injustice that women and girls face in this country today?
In my opinion, one of the things that will need to happen is for us to canvass for and establish a quota system that will ensure that beyond just federal character consideration in the appointment of judges or in the elevation of persons to certain roles of privilege, that gender consideration is included. So presently, what obtains is that maybe in conferment of the rank of SAN, for example, they will look at people from the advocates in court, and then academia, those in the academia. So when they check maybe publications from those in the academia, and then cases argued and, by those that are advocates, there is no clear quota. And okay, they also do that across, the federation to ensure that people are selected from the different states. We don't have it lopsided. It won't just be people from one region. So even where there are 3 very good candidates from a certain region, for example, they will balance it out to ensure that they also incorporate people from other regions, which is equity, right? In the same vein, there needs to be that equitable consideration to ensure that we include more women as candidates for those roles. And that should also happen for when there are appointments to the bench. So instead of limiting it to just states of origin, it should also be that, okay, we presently have that are supposed to be at the apex court, maybe we have 15 men. Therefore, we want to have more women than men to ensure some sort of balance. So I think that a quota consideration will equitably, redress that the lapses, the imbalance. Then the other thing would also be, even for the law firms, those who are in litigation, we need to adopt flexible hours that will also allow brilliant and enterprising lawyers opportunities to rise in the profession. Because most often than not, you find that thank you. So you'll be wondering, how come at the entry level we have so many young women, but as you rise, the numbers begin to dip, and then it is the few men who made it in who actually get to the top, and the lesser women are climbing. And understandably, it is the challenges of family roles, because it is the woman that will typically have to, maybe relocate on account of marriage. Rarely do the men relocate. It is usually the woman that will have to take a break from career pursuit to, fend for family, to tend to the sick, to tend to, persons suffering one challenge or other within the family. And all of these things are a setback to her, career, actualizing her career aspirations. So, but if we allow for flexible hours, I'm listening to one SAN at a recent discourse such as this. She gave the example of what operates in her law firm now, which I think is quite recommended for every law firm. She said that she had a young associate in the office who was on maternity leave, and that this associate had what do you call it? Like, they assign cases, they assign briefs, tasks to different people. And that she's realized, surprisingly, that while this young lady was on maternity leave, she was clocking in remotely with updates and results, progress results, reports on the tasks that were hers. And then she asked, isn't this girl supposed to be on maternity leave? And the young lady said, yes, I am on maternity leave, but I'm still able to do my work and I'm doing it well. She said that now made her aware that she didn't need to show up in the office every day to be able to be, productive. And from then, they now relaxed their insistence on in-person attendance at work. And from then, people could clock in remotely depending on the schedule that they are covering. And that was making it easier for the women who were married, who were handling toddlers, who were dealing with caring for aged parents and the rest of it, which, by what obtains in our society is typically the lot of the women, So, and then I think we should also be careful to stop assigning roles on gender basis. And I'll give an example. I had a conversation in court sometime last year with a senior advocate of Nigeria. And he was trying to tell me how gender-friendly he is, how he is a he for she, and that, he said, so, you see, even in my office, I make sure that I don't stress my female colleagues. I don't bother when we are doing outside cases. I don't drag them along before somebody will accuse them or accuse somebody of sexual harassment. And I'm like, whoa, isn't that a warped argument? I said, sorry, Leonard Silk. Let me educate you, sir. My apologies. Much as I appreciate and commend the thought behind what you're doing, but I need to enlighten you on the implication of what you're doing. I said, if you tell me that your female colleagues in the office, you don't drag them to cases outside jurisdiction, you think you're doing them a service by keeping them back in the office while you go with your male colleagues. They are the ones who get the exposure. They are the ones who build better capacity. They are the ones who enlarge their network. They are the ones who earn a little more, because for every time a person leaves jurisdiction, typically there's a little extra, that they earn. They are the ones you are cultivating all of these positives for. And then you tell me you are protecting the women, you are respecting the women, and you leave them tucked behind in the office. I said, no, sir, you're not doing us a service. So please, henceforth, what you should do is ensure that for every opportunity a male colleague gets to try out a matter outside jurisdiction, one female colleague in the office gets a similar opportunity. I said, because sometimes it may be something as ridiculously pedestrian as the fact that she's able to just go do that matter in that place, finish her matter, retire to her hotel room, and lie down without bothering what's for dinner that night. It may just be that little reprieve that she gets that does enough to recalibrate her and relax her a bit to distress. Meanwhile, her male colleagues will be the one doing all of that. And the woman is at home taking care of the children. And then he tells you how he's hardworking, how he's busy, how he doesn't ever have time. Meanwhile, he won't, account for the 2, 3, 4 hours after court when he relaxes and even takes a drink or whatever. So I said to him, women deserve that too. They need those clients to also know them there. Because it is from these things you do today that the patronage of tomorrow is inculcated. There are clients who, from the way you served them today as somebody's junior, will tomorrow say, oh, I love the way Favor attended to me. Let me even call her up for this small brief. And from the way you handle the small brief, that is how tomorrow you will handle the $1 million briefs for them. So, essentially, I'm saying let us introduce quota systems that ensure that we have more females. Then let us ensure that we, establish flexible work hours in our firms, wherever it is, that will make it easier for women to continue to advance in their career while not, losing out on tending to their other responsibilities as caregivers and homemakers. Then let us also ensure that we do not define our roles on the basis of gender. I don't want to hear that it is only when it is time for welfare secretary in any organization that they remember that there is a woman who can aspire to that role. Or when they are looking for, women can be chairpersons, women can be presidents, women can be secretaries, women can be all of those things that men can be too. You don't need the genitalia to function effectively in any of those roles. Thank you.
I can tell those remarks hit home. And thank you so much, ma'am. As you were speaking, right, I just remembered a couple of experiences I had when I was a young cop. I was posted to Ibadan. I'm going to give two experiences, one to feed into the previous submission and one that will also set context for the next submission. I was a copper in Ibadan, and I remember I'm, of course, a lawyer, and they posted me to a law firm in Ibadan. So, I went with my papers, and I was able to see the head of the chamber. He said, they posted another girl here that he doesn't know why they keep posting girls, women, all these small girls. That if he tells them to travel, they cannot travel. It's only to sit down here and just be doing, with only one computer inside that law firm. I said, Lord Jesus, have mercy. And that was how he told me I should go. I should go back to NYC that he doesn't want. So I went back to the lady who was in charge of the postings for our LG, and I told her, ma, the law firm you sent me to, the man said he does not like young girls, that he cannot send them to travel, they can't do the work, that they are too small, vulnerable. And if you see the way this woman started shouting in the office, you would have thought that maybe I was the man that said it. I just went to one side of the one. She said she will never post any copper there again, that he will never get any copper there again, that is not the first time that he's doing that kind of nonsense. She will never. And also she posted me to Ministry of Justice. That's not to say that unfortunately, I also suffered a bit of harassment in the ministry because of the council that they put in charge of me was apparently known for, I will not disclose the name because this is a public forum, was known for, soliciting for inappropriate relationships with the coppers. So I had a bit of a fight there as well. But I was in criminal litigation. At least I learned how to write, my briefs very well and legal submissions that the police eventually used. But funny story, the council would then go after I've written and submitted it to the DPP's office, Director of Public Prosecution, and scratch out my name and write his name on top. These are some of the issues that us, when we were very young, we would face. And we would take on some of the work. I remember I would write it with my hands, full scarf, front, back, 10, 15 pages, and on weekends, and I would take it back to the office, Monday to Friday, weekends. Some very funny experiences that young ladies face when they are also trying to enter that legal system. And now to you, Ma, because you are strictly in the education academic field, and we have a lot of female aspiring lawyers. There was, an experience I had when I was in, I think, my 3rd or 4th year. We have the ONSBA, the micro version of MBA, so the University of Nigeria Bar Association. I remember when we started moot courts. which I eventually got to do it in Nigerian law school, and it was really, really great. But when we wanted to do moot courts, they assigned us to, different bars. And I came, I said I wanted to be a lawyer. All the guys in the how will I put it, the mooting session just said, no, you can't do lawyer, you need to be a witness. I was like, sorry? They said you do witness. I said, no, I don't do witness. And not like as if I didn't have leadership roles within. I was a retractor. I was the secretary for my retractor club in university. So it wasn't that I couldn't speak. And they said, no, you have to be a witness. I said, I'm not going to be a witness. They said, yes, you have to. And I said, okay, no problem. I'm not doing it again. And I went. So the question is, and within the academic society, within students themselves, how are we balancing the mentorship and also the interaction between both the male and the female, so that you don't have the females being sidelined out of those opportunities to as well put themselves forward, and for it to be a more inclusive conversation, even in the legal clinics as well.
Thank you for the question. In Veritas University, precisely, I would say the majority of law students are females. In fact, I think the ratio should be like 70-30. The males, 30%, females, 70%, if I may say, or if not more. Now, you even discover that the female, aspiring lawyers are doing much better than the male a lot of time. Their distractions are less. For those that are really serious, they are doing very well. And we don't, introduce these biases. The females are given equal chances, as the male. Like, talking about this law clinic, on the 10th of November, we launched our law clinic. We had an event that we invited some community leaders around the university, and they came. Of the, I think, 7 law clinics, is only one male that is the head of one clinic, the ADR clinic. The rest clinic are headed by females. So it's the issue of such biases does not exist, especially in our own university. And I know it cut across. Even recently, when we had some other conferences bordering on clinical legal education, you see women, you see female lawyers participating and doing very, very well. So we don't have that challenge, apparently. It is just, to support what my colleague said, that we start very well, but when you are going up higher, you have this barrier, that stop you, either because of marriage and certain belief. Even some of the women, once you are doing very well from the school and you are married, everybody keeps telling you are already married. You just have to take care of your home. You just have to take care of your children. You're a mother, first of all. And the husbands, too. Instead of, supporting, a lot of them, they stand on the way and they won't let you, to aspire so high and then getting to that point. I think that's where the problem is. But from the training perspective, the women are doing very well, and the school have not placed any kind of barrier whatsoever.
Okay, right. I think we need to give a round of applause for Veritas University. All right, thank you so much. So we go on to the last question, and we'll take 2 questions from the audience, please, so that we can quickly go into our breakout sessions and our networking. Yes, ma'am.
Before you get to the next question, let me just pitch in a bit on what my sister said, and I commend Veritas University. But I think that while we do that, there is also, just as we are seeking to see balance, we don't also want it tilting to the extreme on the other pendulum. And one of the things I observed done in Bayes University that I found impressive, we have student chapters in these places. We have a student chapter in Veritas University, and we have a student chapter in Bayes University. And the students of Bayes University, their family law clinic, they had a program. And in that program, I was so impressed to find that most of the people most of the students who participated in rendering poems or spoken word performances were men. And the instructive thing about it is that sitting in this room now is mostly women, a sprinkling of men in the room. And then we'll be done with this conversation and we go out as ambassadors, as agents of change, right? And then it is I and my sisters, canvassing for the society we want to see. And most of the men will think it is their conversation. It is their problem. It is these women and their wahala per time. But by the time my few brothers in this room speak to their circle of friends, over a bottle of drink, over a book reading, over some other conversations they have, even in the family meetings, where maybe their sisters and their mothers may not be in attendance, that conversation, the same thing I say, and the men perceive it as their talk. When he says it, when any of my brothers say it, it commands a better response from the person who listens, who hears what he's saying. So I think that as we continue on this advocacy, as we continue on this discourse, can we be a little more deliberate to ensure that we include more men onto that table, onto the conversation table? Because really, these issues are not just about women. It is about the society. We need the men to begin to understand that women empowerment is not men disempowerment. That women empowerment is a relief for men. That women empowerment is greater security for men. That women empowerment is a balance to society. Do you understand? So when we get them in, so just as we have the young ladies who are the heads of the clinicals or the clinics, and we have that gentleman who is heading a clinic, can we ensure that of whatever percentage of men who are in that school, that they are encouraged to actively participate, especially in those clinics or conversations that appear female-focused, because it is not for good of women against men. It is for good of women for society, of which men are an integral part of, right? And the example I gave of Bayes University, what happened was that in their performances, if you listen to the poems that those young men wrote and recited, I could tell that anybody who could do that depth of, oh my goodness, they wrote the poems and they presented them. It's encouraging, it's uplifting, it's refreshing. It tells me that, okay, they're even thinking along these lines. So I won't need to preach to the converted, and they will be able to minister them within their circles. So I just thought I needed to put that out on this conversation. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you so much for putting that out, making sure that men are allies in this conversation against for gender equity in the society, knowing that we don't have to pull down another to raise up another. Both can exist. The sky is big enough, right? And please, you guys, the energy is not. Do we need coffee, Coke? Should I buy you Coke? Please, please see Teniola at the back wearing a blue shirt. She will buy you Coke. Put it on my bill. Thank you so much. All right, so this is the last question, and then we take like a couple of feedback questions from the audience, right? Knowing that what we are curating here is going to be handed out to the CSW team. In terms of, the justice sector in Nigeria, what should Nigeria advocate globally about gender and justice, and what commitments must we make domestically so we're not just making global commitments while failing women at home? Okay, I should repeat the question. Okay, as we head into CSW70, what should Nigeria advocate globally about gender and justice? And what commitments must we make domestically in Nigeria? So we're not just speaking about making global commitments while failing women at home.
Um, you know, I always look at our law being patterned after some international treaties and legal principles. In almost all our laws, you check it, you find a replica of that law in international law, but when it comes to implementation, you have crisis. So we want a Nigeria that advocates equality. The women being balanced legally, like providing legislations that empower women are meant to be at par. Like the having access to justice means that what is good for the gender is food for the goose. Like a man being empowered by law to do certain things, that the woman should do the same. Because what makes us human beings is not our gender, it's because we are human beings in the first place. And we are not going to be progressive human beings without having these two, gender, like male and female. So in Nigeria, we pattern our laws, model our laws after international law, and when we get home, we don't either ratify it or domesticate it, or we domesticate it without enforcement. So we need a situation where we enforce laws, and apart from enforcing laws, a lot of issues that even bring about gender biases is the belief that we have and the society or the customs and the cultures that we have. So when they are making laws, these cultures are behind their mind. Go to the National Assembly and you can see situations that have happened. Let a woman want to be the president of the Senate, for instance. You will see that there are more men there. And if they believe in the woman folk, they can still vote for a woman, not just because men are more in number and it's a game of majority, and then they decide to pick their own. But if they truly believe from the bottom of their heart that a woman can even do better than us, they are going to, put the woman in that position. But what happened? There is this cultural barrier. There is this limitation that a woman cannot do certain things. There is this limitation, even from your home. As a senator, let's say you are appointed or you are elected a senator, for instance, you have a challenge already in the home that probably will be warning you. I remember just a little church program. They elected one woman as a secretary. And the woman agreed to take the position. The husband said no. The husband is a member. Instead of supporting the wife, say no, that the wife cannot be. Why won't your wife be the secretary? She can write. He said, no, how can he be here and the wife will be writing? You understand? It doesn't make sense. But that's the orientation he has. That's his own understanding of the role a woman should play. As far as he's there, it should rather be him or another man than his wife. So we have this problem that are, genetic, that are in us. So even in making our laws, domesticating it, applying the law, enforcing laws, it is still that same barrier of you are a woman. And there are certain things, there are limits to which you can perform certain tasks, a position you cannot occupy. So that is why when they go outside there, they project whatever is being projected internationally. But when they come home, they change the scenario because the woman they see at home, they have a kind of bias, mindset against them. So I think that is the big challenge that we have, to change the mindset of the men or even our legislators, apart from even including, women in the policy-making bodies. We need to also, change the narrative, like changing the perspective, what they believe about women and what they think that women can do and what they cannot do. So that's my opinion,
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, I agree with what my sister has said. And maybe for, framing it in my own language, What she has said is that as we go out there on CSW70, it's important that we strengthen commitments from Nigeria as a country towards ensuring that we don't only just go out there to sign treaties, to sign international instruments, without doing what is necessary to ensure that they gain the force of law in Nigeria. And that is important because under our Constitution, Section 12 of the Constitution makes it imperative for every treaty that has been signed by Nigeria to be domesticated here through enactment by the National Assembly before they can gain the force of law. I mean, while we have the African Charter already ratified under our laws here in Nigeria, the jury is still out on the fate of the Maputo Protocol, which is a protocol to that charter. And if you look at the wealth of provisions under the Maputo Protocol that speaks to strengthening the rights of women in Nigeria, I mean, of course, in Africa as a whole, but I'm context, we're speaking within the Nigerian context. You will see the importance of conforming with the constitutional provision of domesticating those laws, and that law particularly. So yes, it is a commitment we should make as a nation to ensure that we don't just do the show of Nigeria has signed this and Nigeria has signed that. Let us follow up with the political will to ensure that those things are domesticated in our country. And beyond domestication, what is the fate of our laws? One of our speakers talking earlier had alluded to, our law being silent on stalking. That's not the truth. We have stalking prohibited under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. Now, while that prohibition is not specific to cyber stalking, do you understand? It talks about stalking as a whole, which can take physical forms or digital forms. Now, while there is that provision in our law, the reason why somebody may not be aware that we have it is because the law is there. But how much effect does it have? For the people who even brave it to go and complain, how quick does our law respond? So there must also be a corresponding commitment from Nigeria as a country toward implementing the laws that we have. Because, in fact, if all we do is to even give effect to the laws as we have them now, no matter how deficient some of them may be, if we give effect to them just as they are today, Nigeria will be a better society than we currently have it. Unfortunately, we're not giving as much effect to our laws. And some of it comes from a place of poor understanding, which takes me to the third thing. I've spoken about commitment to domesticate the international instruments that we sign, commitment to give effect, to implement the laws that we have, and then as a way of an ask, not as a commitment now. An ask should also be greater funding. I know that is the elephant in the room, especially with Daddy Trump now, who is cutting down, my dear. Yes, so we must, let's face those are the harsh realities. Funding are being cut down on everything, but there is need for increased funding. And I say this because one of the things that must happen is that there should be an increased enlightenment. Many of us are doing what we can, but we can do more if we have more resources to do more. Do you understand? We go on radio, we go on electronic media, whichever it is. We go to the communities and we preach this gospel. But then again, when I go around, Shebi is English I can speak. One or two of my people will speak Pidgin. One or two will speak maybe Hausa. Then we may be looking for who will speak Bagi. There is a need to translate some of these things into forms that the everyday people will understand. And now money now, it will take money. So if we want to do what we are doing and then simplify it in or translate them in forms that will yield greater impact, fund is needed. And I also think that some of the modalities or some of the requirements for implementation of some of the programs are also not very realistic, or they don't relate to the real life challenges or needs of the people. So you are doing a program, you need to spend money to cover it. You need to spend money to document this and that. Meanwhile, some of these programs will yield greater impact if you take it into a rural community and do what needs to be done. But because you need to now start showing, full workings to satisfy your funders, you spend more on what may not be as important or as impactful. So I think those are some of the considerations, some of the conversations we need to also have as we seek more funding. Can we ensure that these funds are channeled to the real things that address the needs of the people? Thank you very much.
I think those were some very, very critical points that have been made from both of our panelists today. So please, another round of applause, please. Do we have any I will take like two. Do we have any? Okay. 5, 6, 7. We don't have that time. We don't have that time. I know I saw, Auntie, but Lady in Blue, you've already spoken today. So please, can you give a chance? I want people that have not said anything today. Okay, Jenna, please stand up. I want you guys to stand up. Sorry, it does not as a matter of disrespect, but I want to make sure that we're counting. So, Jenna, I know you and you haven't said anything today. Please. Okay, please, can you 1, 2, 3, and then we had who has said something before? I'm so sorry, please. Let's have peace. Let's have Janet. We need to be sorry. I have 2 men here that raised their hand. Okay, sorry, sir. So you two will say something, and then the lady in black. I know you've been waving it. So let's do Janet, Peace, you, sir, and then you, madam. 4 people.
Sorry, Madam Moderator.
Yes,
if you will be kind to indulge me,
Yes,
I was supposed to leave here at 1:30.
Yes.
I'm actually running off right now.
Yes.
If there is any question directed at me, can we take it so I race out?
Yes.
And I'm really very sorry. I'm pressed for time.
30
please.
seconds, please. 30 seconds.
Any question directed at me, can we take those first?
Okay, so
please?
out of the 4 people
Please.
who have a question directed at Madam, 2 of you. Jenna, please, can we pause so that we can take 2 of them and let it be directed? 30 seconds. I'm counting. If it passes 30 seconds, this is where I'll start shouting into the mic. Stop, 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 stop. So please, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Ma. When you were speaking, you mentioned having men as allies, to march towards our goals for gender equality. So in May this year, I did a school project. I went to a secondary school, and I was talking to children between the ages of 11 to 16 about the SDGs. And immediately I mentioned SDG 5, gender equality. You should have seen the way the faces of those boys changed. So my question is, where do we start from? If boys that young could feel like, where is this audacity coming from for you to mention that, both genders should be equal? Where do we start from in teaching them? Thank you.
Okay, well done to the panelists. Quickly, I want to ask about the issue of indigenship, because in 2022, I remember there were the 5 gender bills, and one of the major issues there were indigenship that had a lot of backlash, from the populace. So has the law, women in the legal sector, have you been able to address the issue of indigenship when it comes to attaining leadership position in the legal sector?
Beautiful. Any more question for me? All right. Is that for me? You're sure? Okay. Quickly, please.
Ma, thank you very much. While I commend the MBA for having a gender balanced leadership at the national level, I'm looking forward to seeing a woman lead the MBA. And my question is, what are we doing about the, the persistent issue of sexual harassment, especially in the legal profession? Because Nafisa shared her experience. I also have my own share of experience. I worked with you briefly. I had the privilege of working with you. And then after I left, I had very funny experiences with senior colleagues. So I want to know what the MBA is doing about that. Thank you.
Okay, so starting with the first question, the right place to start from or the right time to start is now. Wherever you start is okay. If you wait and say that the only time to start is from when they are toddlers, you will lose out on a critical mass of people that you can still make impact on. And I'll tell you, though you read the faces of those boys and you saw the maybe near disdain at the audacity to suggest that they are of equal humanity with the females in the class, my sister, I can bet that if there were 10 boys in that class, there is definitely one or two who will assimilate that message and who it will impact in the long run. And if you look at the ripple effect of even one person who has been rightfully impacted by that message you took there, it will be well worth it. And for those who don't even understand it today, there may be something that happens tomorrow that calls to mind the lesson you taught, and then they'll better appreciate it. So even if it didn't seem like it yielded impact in that moment,
And then it's in that implementation we now discover that we may not have our framework may not be as robust as what it is. For example, I don't think we have a law that speaks or portions of the law that speaks directly to AI as it is now. Because at the time, the Cybercrime Act, at the time of the whole legislative process, AI was not as bad as it is now. Before I used to find it easy to identify AI. But now I have to watch over and over and over again. So I think first there's poor implementation, and then there's also inadequate. Our laws are not as holistic as we think they are. Of course, things are changing every day, and we are not matching up. So I agree that this is going to be first ignorance. Highlight that. Let's come back. Let's come back.
Let me read all the questions again. That was good. The first question is what change is needed? So I know what I'm saying. I'm not just talking from the window.
Restriction on social media.
Some of the best ministers in the world.
I think regulation is better than restrictions. Yeah, because the moment you are going towards restriction, then you are beginning to use the freedom of speech and then freedom
Testing.
Hello, everyone. I can see your hands are on deck, but just a subtle reminder that we have like 3 minutes to round off this session so we can move ahead to the next one. Just 3 minutes. Thank you.
I also think when we begin to notice like safer alternatives, because if there's something I've discovered in the last couple of weeks is that as much as the internet space right now, social media appears to be very toxic, it's a lot better than it used to be because people are digging out it and they are seeing things that we
Hello,
normally
hello, hello. Our
and
time
things
is
we
up.
cannot do now.
We need to move on to
So
the
I think
next
that's another way
question,
we can
please.
measure progress. When a
Let's
year
move on to
from
the
now,
next
2 years from
question,
now, we look back
please.
and we notice that okay, the number of harassment we see on the timeline
One house, one house, one house.
another way we can.
Can we move on to the next section, please? The next question, please. The next question, we're going to be focusing on the next question. What does women leadership in law look like, especially with intergenerational solidarity? Yes, it's literally on the agenda. What does women leadership in law look like, especially with intergenerational solidarity? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to be coming to the back. What does women leadership in law look like, especially with intergenerational solidarity? So we'll take the same format that we used to do the first one, which is the headline: what change is needed? What is the challenge? Who must act? How can progress be measured? Please note the question is also on the agenda. What does women leadership in law look like, especially with intergenerational solidarity? So let's answer those questions in the next 10-ish minutes so that we can also have our lunch and then present our demands. All right, thank you so much. If you need more paper, please let our team know. Thank you so much. Am I needed here?
Women leadership in law.
Second question is, what does women leadership in law look like, especially with intergenerational solidarity? It's on the agenda. We're going from down up. So we'll take the same approach. What change is needed? What is the challenge? Who must act? How is progress measured? If you need more paper, Tanyana, please give each table an extra paper to go to the next one. So we'll do 10 minutes. We go to the last one. Have our lunch, please. All right. Are we heading on to the next one? Please, so our media team, can we have some nice music playing in the background while we're doing this exercise to help the mental juices to be flowing appropriately? Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, what change is needed? Like she rightly mentioned, we need more women. I think from the conversations, you can tell that we have a lot of women in law school, in university. Chances of you having more female classmates is higher than male classmates. But as you climb up the ladder, women begin to reduce. You hardly go to law firms where you have women as partners, either senior associate at best, associate. So the problem is a lot of times we don't see enough women to look up to. So I think one change that we need to have more women. But the problem is how to get more, because we all know that we need more women there. But what exactly? And I think this can apply to every aspect of corporate work, where you notice that a bit difficult to see enough women in like leadership. So what exactly do we need? What is it from you? What
the system is not favorable to women, their policies are not favorable to women, is it that cultural and religious practices hold women back? What exactly is the problem and what change do we need to happen?
Because in some areas, barely leadership.
So I think if the policies that these international bodies work with have been designed in a way that they have like restricted, maybe not restricted, but slow response process, where it has to take so and so amount of time before we can step in. And then we're seeing that times are changing. That period, that window you are waiting before you can have the permission to put in whatever measures that have been put in the policies is no longer feasible because times have changed and now damages take faster to happen. So if laws are dynamic and they can change, how about we revisit these policies and understand that the purpose they were created for, they are no longer serving that purpose. So we don't just have a UN that sits and then we have representatives of all over the world and then they are not doing anything. Or we have an African Union with budgets and nothing is, they are not helping matters. So after government and okay, I think CSOs and NGOs. So what do they do? For these for these changes, like someone came to talk thinking of how to pay it. Like someone came to talk about like increasing the implementation of women empowerment. So continue to these changes I think they should also engage relevant stakeholders, like lawmakers. Sometimes they just need you to think of the law and bring it to them. They thinking for them and then engage relevant. I don't think individuals we have a role to play here. Reporting. Yeah. They try. Yeah, I think in terms of reporting, there's a lot of misinformation sometimes. So yeah, we also need to be. So now, what's the word? I think there's a word like conflict sensitive report. But they are reporting. I mean, we hear of things that happen in the road.
But after this event, we are going to go through everything that has been submitted from everyone here, the feedback forms, the sticky notes, and of course, revisiting the recorded version of the entire consultative meeting to deliver a report. I feel like everybody is concentrating on their food and nobody is listening to me. If you can hear me, say hello. Hello. If you can hear me, say hello. Hello. So to my team at the back, do we have at the minimum a couple of recommendations from everything that we've done? I know we had some on technology, TFJBV. Can you hand that over to me? And then we can continue. We can basically continue the rest of the recommendations later as we have more time. Give me the first one. All right, thank you, everyone. So from the papers that we submitted to the team and from our breakout sessions,
How many take-up spaces is there?
this is a point that stood very prominent in each and everyone's submission. If you can hear me, say hello. Hello. If you can hear me, say hi. Hi. If you can hear me, say hello, Nala fam. Hello, Nala fam. Thank you so much. If you love your food, say hi. Hi. Thank you very much. So to the caterers there, thank you so much for doing a good job. All right. So the first thing on the list is that there is a need for proper reporting channels within the TFGBV ecosystem in Nigeria. So there's a need for proper reporting channels. We're going to dive into that more and try and see what that means in the context of the discussions that we're having, but that has been noted. Number two, the Cyber Act needs to be reviewed with the various forms of TJBV in mind. So the feedback from the room is that the current Cyber Act doesn't entirely cover all the forms of violence that are committed against women in the digital space. We'll be looking at that as well in the context of the recommendations that have been submitted. To the team at the back, do we have any other feedback from the second pillar, which has to do with women in leadership, intergenerational leadership? So please, if you have, please send it to me in front. But one thing I would like to point out from our panel session that I held with the chairperson of the International Federation of Women Lawyers in Abuja was that we need to have quotas. That was something that she clearly enunciated within her presentation. The same way we are speaking about the reserved seats bill for women in public sector leadership in the legislative arm is the same way we need to define what quotas look like for our justice sector leadership. And of course, the conversations on flexible working patterns for our women in law, that we have a lot of young women in law who enter, but don't eventually make it to rise through the ranks. So for example, they become women, they become mothers, they become wives, and then all of a sudden they can't cope with the law firm, they can't cope with the Ministry of Justice, and then they drop out. And then the next thing that you're seeing them is that, oh, they have a business. And they said, I was a lawyer, but now what do? I have my own business, I run from my own house, I use Instagram. Yes, we are all for women's economic empowerment, but we also need you in the justice sector. That's really, really important, right? And then amongst other things, the university being a breeding ground, an empowerment ground for young women lawyers as well, and strengthening the bonds of mentorship and intergenerational dialogue and recruiting male allies, right? So women's leadership in law, yes, actually, I didn't even look at this before I was talking, but thank you so much to those that are in the room. Introduction of a quota system, and number two is mentorship. And we're going to be putting these recommendations within the context of the conversations that have been happening. So for the peace and justice sector, do we have any recommendations from the back, or are we still, okay, we have a couple of recommendations from the back. But does anyone want to say a few points while we're waiting from the sticky notes from the back? I can come to you. Okay, I'm going to go to Sharman because she's owing me. Do you want to rescue her? Okay. You've rescued her. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to share some of the recommendations we made here. So the first thing is to address the crisis itself, that is insecurity that leads to the displacement. So our government needs to do more in addressing the insecurity. But we also know that displacement also happens because of other hazards like flooding and others. So early responses and disaster preparedness is recommended. And then we talked about safe spaces and more facilities for IDP, because it's not their fault that they are displaced. But then we need to provide those facilities that they need education. Girls shouldn't be deprived of education because they are displaced. So they should. Then reproductive health and rights services should be provided within the place of displacement, and also the heavy GBV issue cases that arise in the camps should be addressed, and then there should be safe spaces for young girls within those settings.
Please, a round of applause for her. All right, ma'am, on to you.
Okay, so I think for the gummy stickers, right? You asked us to put down some demand. So I think for our group, we talked about the issue of indigenship and how women should not be ostracized because of where they are married to or where they come from, but they should rather be able to participate wherever they are. We also talked about the indigenship of a child. It should not be just because the man is the biological father. That should not be a deciding factor for the child, especially for women who have a child for a man out of wedlock. The woman should have the autonomy to take charge of the child and everything that concerns the child until the child comes of age. And that is something that the law should also look into. Then for intergenerational solidarity, we looked at mentorship from older women to the younger women holding hands. We also looked at conflicts. We talked about safe spaces and how young girls should also be taught life skills to be able to defend themselves when they find themselves in situations that are unsavory. We talked about proper funding for women-led issues and how during evacuation of conflict, women should be prioritized, because during conflict, women actually become spoils of war, but they should actually be prioritized during evacuation. For the progress made, we also looked at the importance of data and how data should also be collated to factor the needs of women. And for conflicts, we know that we have the United Nations Security Resolution Council 1325 that speaks to women. So we talked about how the issues of women and other women with disabilities should be explicitly mentioned in these laws that we have, whether existing or laws that will be created. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It looks like we had a very robust conversation on this table. So we look forward to perusing your feedback and contributions and capturing it in the reports and demands. Thank you very much. So please, a round of applause for this table. Please, please, please. Thank you so much. Okay, you want to have, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. So one of the things that we touched on here, not so much, but I wanted to highlight is the responsibility of organizations to work together, even those who do not work with women and girls particularly, but those who provide support to IDPs. So you will notice that the assistance is usually stronger when you go to IDP camps. People are taking food items, and most of the gender-based violence or sexual exploitation happens by NGO workers who are trying to provide support. So what needs to be done is that there has to be like interrelated approach to ensure that every organization that work in the IDPs let people know that they should not do harm to these people. Number two, where harm is done, this is how they can report and this is how they can get justice, because their justice is even harder to find. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another great contribution. Please, another round of applause. So I received this feedback from the team at the back for the peace and security, improvement in our security systems, okay, and putting more women in security council. So there goes the question of representation and inclusion quota systems. What does that look like? Right, so thank you so much. These are our three concurrent themes across all the feedback we received. There is definitely going to be more. So we are going to collate that into our report and our demands. But please, I want each and every one of you to give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much to everyone who has been here. I also want to use this opportunity to highlight our funders once again. If you notice, we have some flyers and stickers on the table. So the stickers, please, we don't want to see any stickers left here. Take them, give them to, put them on your phones, your laptops, give them to your friends. On the other tables that some people didn't take, give it to everyone, right? We have here different she makes. So please, a round of applause for different she makes, right? They are building a cultural shift within Africa's law and justice system. Please talk about them, share them with your colleagues. These are the people that made it possible for us to be here today. And of course, this shout out won't be complete without shouting out to the Nala Feminist Coalition. These are their stickers. So please raise awareness. Thank you so much to the baby over there. I trust that you're going to do the awareness for us. So please take them, put the stickers everywhere, give it to your colleagues, ask them what is Nala. It means bold, fearless, and African. Please do that. So now this is the last thing on our agenda. We are now going to call on Ms. Teniola Balogun. Ms. Teniola Balogun has a last creative spoken word presentation to perform for us. I've known Ms. Teniola Balogun for 5 years, and that is the last item on the agenda, and we can, stay, network, or go home, finish your food, anyone that you want to do. Thank you. So Ms. Teniola Balogun, please come and take the stage and the mic, and please a round of applause as she comes.
So my boss set me up because she promised this was not going to happen. All right, so I read somewhere that over 1.8 billion people speak English, right? So I think if justice was if justice was a language, it would probably be English. But right when a woman needs it, it starts to sound muffled. Not for lack of words, but it seems there's always a giant's finger placed on its lips. Justice falters when a girl reports violence and is told she's exaggerating. Justice slurs when a widow asks for inheritance, but tradition speaks better grammar than the law. Justice mispronounces truth when a girl walks into a station and must write IELTS exams just to be heard. Justice loses its fluency when the courts are underfunded, the shelters are full, and the law looks everywhere else except at the woman standing right in front of it. If justice was a language, no, justice is a universal language, one that shouldn't need translators, no cultural interpreters, no bureaucratic dictionaries to explain what I need help means. When justice speaks to a woman, it should be eloquent. When justice speaks to a woman, it should be sharper than the sword of Lady Justice when it pronounces what harm means. When justice speaks to a woman, it should use a consistent accent in saying, everybody deserves dignity. Justice should not keep sounding like it knows the right words, but yet hesitates right at the moment a woman needs it to speak clearly. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And with that, we have come to an end of this consultative session. We would like to thank each and every one of you for staying. I know we've had like a large influx will come, people go, people come. So you guys have stayed to the end. You have given us your insights, your feedback. Thank you so much. A round of applause for yourselves. Please follow us on our social media handles, NAF Foundation for Young Women. Please follow the Nala Feminist Coalition. Follow The Difference She Makes. Follow WILAD, Women in Leadership Advancement Network. Follow Hope Behind Bars Africa. And follow the Public and Private Development Center. These are platforms that have opportunities for young women like ourselves and people who are in the justice sector. Once again, thank you so much for coming. A round of applause and good night. Thank you. Sorry. Do you guys want to do a group picture? I can see a lady in red. Please, you have to be part of our group picture. Please, let's do a group picture. No. But we can stop the streaming. Thank you so much. Bye to everyone on the internet.